Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. I miss the salt in my hair, and I miss your emerald stare, and I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand. you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. All right, Columbus Avenue. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right, we already know, and we feel it. I really do, I say the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now. I'm your queen and you the king right now. It's a kingdom, let's play it how you like. Haha, doesn't make you feel, or you wanna change, I'll be whatever, watching like we can dance, you got to move tonight. Stars are watching us in the sky. I wanna last it forever. It's a sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I won't lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right, we already know, and we feel it. I really do, I said the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now. Let's change the clothes, we have a drive. You know how you make me feel alive. Come close to me, I'm obsessed with your different kind of style. Don't you ever leave, step by my side. Hold my hand, 'cause I don't have much time. I wanna hug you forever. I miss that sexy smile.
Oh, e-sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
The last day is finally upon us, and we will be watching the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Kips, and we're going to be taking you through the best of 5 grand finals. Kips, how do you
Yes.
feel about this one today?
Oh, I'm so hyped, dude. I mean, we get, after a long bracket, a ton of teams coming through the qualifiers, fighting their way up against these inviting teams, getting some exciting upsets after that as well. We get, I want to say, the storyline of the tournament. We have what is basically Viking GG versus Dota 2 Hustlers. We have Luna Galaxy split on two sides. Two players left on Luna Galaxy, Davai Lama and Theolikor, the rest of them over on Team Tickles. Yuma currently borrowed to Luna Galaxy as well. So technically 3 versus 3. And this is, yeah, this might be just a little bit of a grudge match for both of them with the abandoners versus the abandoned. Who was right all along? We're going to find out right now.
And we're definitely going to be finding out, but let's look at the bracket. Let's see how these two teams made it here. Both of them were directly invited into the decider bracket. Team Tickles have only lost one game so far. Luna Galaxy on the other side, they have lost the game to KZ Team. They lost the game to Navi. Do these things, like losing a game more or something along those lines change how you view who is actually stronger here? Or do you think those things really do not matter at this point?
I would definitely look at the opponents that they were up against, and we all know that KZ team, the Greeks, they are absolutely mental. They will wrestle you to the ground and bite you if they get given off the chance. So, no, I'm not surprised. I think that Team Tickles would have dropped the map to KZ team as well. Sibe looked like one of the weakest of the teams that were still left from the group stages. And opposingly as well, Luna Galaxy did away with Navi, which I think is very impressive. Navi looked really smooth, really well oiled. That was one hell of a close series for them to come past them as well. So I feel like we have a very evenly matched final coming up here, even though Team Tickles, maybe their route was a little smoother.
Okay, we'll see who actually comes out on top. Yesterday, Team Tickles barely went through Storm, and well, as you mentioned, Luna Galaxy barely went through Navi. But also, you mentioned that we have storylines, we have the ones who left the team, we have the ones who were left. So let's go into the rosters of these teams to meet all the 10 players, and then we can actually talk about the team that kind of split up. Yuma, Stoikov, Davai Lama, Theolikor, and Kidaro for Luna Galaxy. So Davai Lama and Theolikor, they're the ones that stayed, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Which is, of course, also I'd like to call it a power couple, right? It's one of those lanes where you know that the offlaner and the pos four, they just have really good chemistry together. They have learned what the other ones, they're a little bit in each other's head, as it were, and I think they are phenomenal at creating tempo together. So I really do also understand it being like a full lane that sticks together, right? Like
Yep.
that's your buddy right there. If you're gonna go anywhere, you're gonna go there together. So stay together, slay together.
Yeah, but we have been through thick and thin, brother. We are not gonna be leaving each other's company. But let's go into their opponents and see Team Tickles, who, as you mentioned, some of them have left Shad, the Zantic Boom, and we have Narman and Ducalis here for Team Tickles. I always try to separate the first three from the second two because because Narman and Ducalis, they look like guys with really nice hairs, like we are nice boys, we're gonna go to school, do everything right. And then these three, they're like all around the place, kind of like you and me and our hair here.
Yeah, I am going to grow fluffier throughout the day, and I'm going to greatly enjoy going through that journey together with you.
Thank you. So our hair is gonna be perfect, like it was from the start. Looking at Team Tickles here, any specific player that you think we should keep our eyes on that is a hit or miss today?
Hit or miss? Not necessarily. I think that Boom has really shown up in his offlane, like on a lineup like this, where you're all a little bit more trying to find your place. It's not the same struggle as it is being on like a top tier lineup where everybody already knows what they're doing. You've only been on the offlane for like a year, right? So really been enjoying how well he fits into this team this tournament. And I guess the other one that I haven't really talked about, but we should mention here that Narman is from Mongolia, and he was previously on GeekFam. This is somebody that has made one hell of a region jump, and he's been slotted in perfectly fine here as well. So, if anything, I am surprised at how well they are fitting together despite the short term of properly playing together. And of course, the same can be said for their opponents, right?
And if I'm not mistaken, Narman, his nickname used to be Hustler. Yeah, that is him. So some people might know him with that nickname, as you know, maybe they haven't been watching the DPC, they haven't been watching Dota for the past year, and then they're just coming back and they're, who's this Narman guy? I've never heard of him. How is he in Geek Fam? Well, his
Hustler. Yeah.
his nickname was Hustler, and he was for me he was always an impressive position for,
Yeah.
with a lot of potential as well, maybe lacking consistency sometimes. But we always see the up and coming players not having the consistency to play at the highest level all the time, but then throughout the years it comes to a good level, and then they can always be this real beast that contributes so much to their team. So the big question remains, Kips, is do you have a favorite for today? You did give me an answer yesterday, but you have had more than 20 hours to actually think about it, go through it, and kind of organize your thoughts. And now that they're organized, if they are, I don't know, do you have a favorite for us?
I don't think my thoughts are ever organized, Harry. Like I try, but it doesn't really work that way. Anyway, if I do have to pick something out, I will go with the Luna Galaxy squad. I think that Defy Lama, his ability to create teams and get the best out of the players that he's given to work with is really quite rare and really quite something if you look at his track record recently as well. So if I favor somebody to come out on top here with like the, you know, two lineups that are exactly equally young here, as far as like the chemistry together goes, my money's on him.
Okay. Let's see if they're going to be showing it in the drafting phase as well, because we do have it ready. The best of 5 grand finals will now officially begin. So let's get ourselves into it. And as I mentioned, the best of 5 grand finals now have started, Kips. The excitement, it is there, but we're going to be building it up even more as we go through this one here in the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. These two teams, they're not only fighting for the grand prize of $22,000, but also fighting for the prize of a 5-star hotel exclusive boot camp in Malta. And we know how
Hell
nice
yeah.
it would be to enjoy yourself. An island vacation full of Dota. That is literally perfect. We already talked about it. Your parents, they take you to a vacation, and there you have no electronics. You cannot watch movies. You cannot play games. These guys, all of those, childhood bad memories, they're going to be turned into perfect ones. At least for the team that wins. The one that loses, well, it is going to be leaving a sour taste in their mouth.
They'll always have next cup, right?
Yep. We got a Kunkka band though. And Team Tickles really did show us that they can be scary with this hero.
Oh yeah, in that match yesterday where I called the Kunkka an auto loss at Xantic, took the time to meticulously explain why actually this was the only pick that could have gotten them through an absolutely brutal slog of a comeback game. And I have to say, this first ban from Luna Galaxy, I feel that they have for sure been watching yesterday.
Yep. I mean, what else were they gonna do? If you really care about going to Malta, and you're at the Malta Vibes tournament, so you definitely do, you are going to be watching every little move, every little thing that your enemies are doing. And that Kunkka, that was a huge thing that you really couldn't miss with him solo winning the game with the Refresher and the Aghanim Scepter. It was brutal. It was amazing. He was doing more damage every fight than the Sven, just throwing out his spells, very rarely getting any right clicks in. That is... it was just beautiful to watch. Like, there's no other way to put it, really.
Absolutely. Fantastic show. And we're getting the Yuma Templar Assassin banned out now as well, which is another hero that, in this case, Luna Galaxy gave a show on yesterday.
Yep.
Very impressive use of the extra range and mobility to take it over the Phantom Assassin. So as far as the Assassin for the Spy versus Spy goes, Templar is up 1-0.
Yeah, but there will be a gyro pick. Luna Galaxy were allowed to get it. The Venge is still in the pool. The Warlock is still in the pool. We have seen Shadow Demons as well being paired up with a hero like a gyro just to be able to save him from the initial burst. Sven Darkseer, all of those things are still in.
Yeah, we've seen the power of the Marcy gyro lane as well. Absolutely brutalizing.
Yep.
Actually, was that versus Luna Galaxy?
Versus Luna Galaxy. Now
Yeah.
the game won and they won it.
Ooh, brutal. That was a stomp too.
Yep, that was a stomp. But after that, Luna Galaxy, they bounced back. And after they bounced back, they look scary. So if I'm Team Tickles, to be honest, I would be very surprised if Team Tickles win this Grand Finals with a 3-0. But Luna Galaxy, I think when they start rolling, they never let go. So if I'm Team Tickles, I want to cut that out immediately and win this first match. Because if they lose the first match, I wouldn't be surprised if Luna Galaxy would take it 3-0.
And they can be vicious like that. Well, they're going to have the Atlantic Invoker to work up against. And we've seen earlier on in this tournament why they are not afraid to pick that hero up in the first phase. Is not going to lose any lanes. Is going to make great tempo with the urn into the Spirit Vessel while not actually losing out on any farming ability with the Midas. Great team fight control. Great scaling. I feel like you must have heard that from casters 1,000 times before. But him, of course, being I want to say a neutral hero again. Dang it. A universal hero. He scales fantastically with his stats and his right clicks as well. So powerful move here. They're putting their cards on the table saying, right, this is what I got. What do you got?
Yep, we know how to play this hard hero. You play here, you press E, flak cannon. Wow, you're amazing in your right clicking. This is how you play Dota. You just hear all of those buttons just clicking on the mechanical keyboards.
Exactly.
That is what Team Tickles are going to be showing.
And that's how you impress people at the LAN cafe, right? You buy red switches and you play Invoker.
Sure. But let's see. Team Tickles, they ban out the puck and Luna Galaxy banned out the Venge themselves. In the group stages, every team was competing to get the Venge Gyro. And what we have seen in the playoffs is that the teams that get the Gyro first, they don't want the Venge. What do you think changed, apart from different teams coming in?
I'm not so sure. I feel like the gyrocopters have generally not been met with. That's a curious kind of pick because we haven't seen IO Gyro at all. But maybe Team Tickles knows something that we don't, where Luna Galaxy would actually like to play the IO as opposed to a Marcy, as opposed to switching the gyrocopter to support. That's a curious one.
I mean, I have seen the bans of the AA. This is the first pick, if I'm not mistaken, of the hero. It is still a gyro counter because you get the Satanic at some point, right? It is one of the biggest item timings for a gyro is his Satanic. That is when he cannot die any longer, and we know that this hero naturally just does massive amounts of damage. So I'm okay with the AA, but I don't know what to expect. Are we gonna see a Sven? Are we gonna see a Faceless Void? It is hard to guess what people really want to combo with this hero.
And Faceless Void would be pretty great. You have the Venge already out from the opposite side. That's one of the better saves versus Chrono. You could still get hit by a Shadow Demon pick, which would be a great protective pick versus AA in general as well.
Do they pick it now, though? That is the real question here for Luna Galaxy, because it is risky, right? You have the Nature's Prophet and the Shadow Demon, your backlines. If it ever gets jumped, it's a problem. I'm not saying AA and the Invoker, they're not really backline jumpers, but Invoker can be a little bit oriented towards hunting with the Ghost Walk, so it's not really out of the question that he can find you in the backlines.
Certainly a good scout. Oh no, we're going for the Clockwork.
That's a good scout.
Yeah, absolutely. very good at holding people together for the big AoE damage of the gyrocopter. And in general, with the Nature's Prophet, you're always going to have that extra shove on the map as well. So a lot of natural vision going the way of Luna Galaxy as well. And yeah, you can certainly hunt the Ancient Apparition in the backlines with the Clockwork. So they go for the aggressive rather than the defensive solution, which is one of those cool little things where you can see the philosophy of a team and of the drafters going in, right? Because you have multiple ways to solve that problem. And I'm thinking defensively, but Theolikar says, no, we want to keep the initiative in our own hands. AA can't ult us if he's dead.
And I like it this way because I'm guessing that the Clockwork will be laning versus the AA. You get the cogs on the AA, the Nature's Prophet TPs in, and just between the two supports, you kill the AA no problem. It could be the Clockwork laning with the gyro as well, but either way, throughout the game, this Clockwork finds an AA, Nature's Prophet TPs in, you get the kill. And it is something that we're going to be seeing quite a lot of. So I'm curious how well Team Tickles can keep this poor AA alive.
Yeah, this is one of those games where if you don't buy a Force Staff first, you're just gonna cry.
Shaker into a Clockwork.
I know, right?
Well, it just goes to show no respect. Like, you guys playing a Clockwork, you don't know how to play a Clockwork. We're gonna show you just how inefficient on the hero you are, and there will be a Tidehunter. Okay, this is the best Clockwork game I've seen in forever. Like, all of these heroes hate being inside of the cogs. None of them love building a Force Staff. Luna Galaxy, I think they can do so much with their position 5 or 4. I'm guessing 5, he could lane with the gyro. On the other hand, he could be laning versus an AA. There's options.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this Clockwork literally win a game because of one hook shot onto Nikki Cool very recently. And that's just only the Earthshaker, but you could also hook a Tidehunter and push him off before his Ravage goes off. You could also kill this Ancient Apparition before... I guess you're running into a little bit of, the luxury problem here, right? You're playing Doom, and there is a Puck on the enemy team, there's a Timbersaw on the enemy team, there's an Invoker on the enemy team. Which one do I have to...
It is hard to decide. The Ember Spirit does come out. I've seen Embers actually do well versus the Invoker. Like, I'm always thinking, how do you beat an Invoker in lane? And then Invoker was always considered an Ember counter because he could purge off the Flame Guard. Now when people are like, okay, I don't want to even go for the Flame Guard, I'm just going to be picking up my Sleight of Fist and the Chains. And they actually see us very well versus the Invoker, sometimes even winning the lane. But it is usually ending in a 50-50.
Yeah, and the way that build forces you to go is you certainly deal more damage afterwards on your rotations, but you're also way, way more fragile because the damage absorption from the Flame Guard is a big reason of why Ember Spirit is so hard to kill in his early rotations. That said, the amount of magic damage on Team Tickles right now is, apart from the Evoker, not actually that high. And if you can dodge the Earthshaker out, then his survivability through mobility should be pretty darn good.
Yep, and it's gonna be a Tidehunter and Earthshaker, 2 melee heroes versus a Gyro. Gyro, though, he isn't a classic range hero because he likes to be a little bit in your face. So I guess the Anchor Smash will be connecting on him. But overall, I could see the harass over time being a problem for both the Tide and the Shaker. So I'm curious to see how well their lane will go. Of course, you have the Fissure Block, a couple of first waves, you'll be fine. But as the lane progresses, it could start being dangerous. So if I would have to choose now, I really like what Luna Galaxy have. I'm not saying the Team Tickles don't have some merit to their lineup, but there is an argument to be made. You miss one Fissure combo with a AA Blast being used, and suddenly you are going to be lacking in damage way too much.
Yep. I wonder if we're going to get the PA ban coming out here. Like, that seems the most natural one.
Yeah.
The evasion. Jero is okay with building an MKB, but rather not that early, and she's phenomenal at just getting on top of him. Does not care about the Clockwork or about the Nature's Prophet Sprout at all. Battle Fury Builder. Who else could they be considering right now? Troll?
It also depends on what you want to pick, right? But
It's
Void.
AA combo.
Okay. That's fine. So what do you want to pick on Llama? Maybe he has an idea of how he can win versus a PA lane, but winning versus a troll lane, that is a little bit tougher. And the troll would actually be quite decent in this game.
Yeah, it's very possible to see him making an appearance here versus that Nature's Prophet as well. What would I do versus a troll? I'm not sure. Well, you know what? We block the pick. So this is a Nature's Prophet or a Clockwork offlane.
You are completely disregarding the possibility of a gyro offlane? With the blade mail? With the blade mail? It's possible.
Yes, yes, Harry, I am. I am disregarding that.
Really? No way, gyro offlane 100%. Let's go, Divine Llama. Do not do not betray me now.
I mean, he did come through with a shaker offlane, right? But that's a shaker cottle lane. Like that's just a classic. Golok or Clock? Yeah, so I presume that's the NP going into the hands of into the hands of Divine Llama. That Naga Siren pick is spicy.
Yeah, it is a really good Naga pick. Other than the Ember, you don't have much to deal with it, and the Naga never really clumps up with their illusions. It is not like a PL that you are gonna be countering this hero just with one Maelstrom. And they're thinking on Luna Galaxy. They still haven't picked up the hero.
No way. No way.
No. Gyro with a Blade Mail. Let's go. It would be amazing.
I would respect the hell out of that, but yeah, they're doing it.
He's laughing. I think, you know what was happening? The Divine Llama was trying to convince the team to back him up on this. It has to be the case. I was like, no, Llama, can you please play the Nature's Prophet? No, believe me. Like, Gyro, Blade Mail, I'm going to crush them. And they trusted him. Would you put a trust? You wouldn't put the trust. I've heard from the second I said Gyro offlane, you didn't even want to consider it.
Oh, I'm a hater and a gatekeeper.
Okay, makes sense. If Kips was the coach of Luna Galaxy now, we all know that Llama wouldn't be playing this Gyro, but then you would take away that beautiful smile that he had. Now looking at the lineups.
I could never.
Okay, yeah, maybe that could be if he would make a sad face with puppy eyes, then that would be a nice way to convince Kips as well.
Look at him. Yeah. Look at him. He's so happy with himself. He's feeling so clever right now. You can see it, like a smug determination.
Is he gonna be feeling clever at the end of the game though, Kips? Do you believe that this is actually gonna grant them the victory?
I mean, I actually do think that this Naga Siren pick is really quite the good like whiplash pick in the end of it, where they thought they had everything together with picking that PA last, blocking it, making sure there's no really good counters for that Gyrocopter left in the pool while you get one of the best carries in the current patch. And then the Naga Siren just reminds you that, actually your lineup is not suited to play versus any illusion heroes at all. She's going to do great work versus all of the map pressure that you've built up on your support cast, equalizing that difference as well, and a phenomenal setup for all of that team fight they have picked on Tickles. So if they can bring the wombo combo together, I'm tickle me, Elmo. I'm ready.
Overall, we do have a pause. Quite a curious situation. Divine Llama just told us that Yuma has a Russian Dota put on. Guessing because they're still at a LAN, so somebody put Russian Dota on that PC. I would want to play on that, right? It's fun, right? If you're playing Queen of Pain, Kraleva Boli, it actually sounds pretty. Yeah, that's how it goes. But the game is ready, so let's get ourselves into it. The best of 5 grand finals. Game 1 starts now. Let's see who's gonna be taking the lead.
The Russian hero name that I remember is Banshee, which is the
Banshee, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think that it is. I think it's just them remembering the Warcraft days and then they're calling it Banshee, as I don't think it's necessarily like that. But yeah, Kraleva Boli is as Queen of Pain, and I think
Nice.
in the game it says this. I knew a couple of more as well, but I forgot. It was a long time ago that I talked to people who played with the Russian client. But it is pretty fun, switching it up a little bit and seeing that there are different voice actors there as well.
Yeah.
That so much was put in.
That's one of the things that I've always really enjoyed about Dota. And then, of course, the Chinese voice acting as well. A couple of players who have Chinese on just for the different voices.
I have a friend who, when he watches Dota, he watches Chinese casters. Of course, he doesn't know a word of it. He's like, dude, they just hype it up so much. Like, it's very cool to listen to, and I can't believe it. Like, he's literally doesn't understand a single word, but he's still going for it. Luna Galaxy, they did get themselves 3 runes down. Actually, that was a Xantic. He was just one of the guys that left. Boom, in a lot of trouble. Kiro doing way too much damage, and Yuma will get himself a first blood. That is how you start the game. A perfect way for Luna Galaxy. Team Tickles will be giving the first blood to the worst possible hero, because this is going to give him so much more boost towards his Battle Fury.
Yeah, great momentum start. You just immediately get to finish off your magic wand, extra stats and extra storing up of that healing versus a lane that for sure is going to be spamming out those spells. Already waves blocked out by Narman. I wonder if he's also going to come around and grab some waves for his Tidehunter to keep that wave back.
And they did send the Clockwork to the top lane. And I think the main idea is kill the Ducalis 10 times, right? You get level 2 on the Clockwork, and you're just waiting for the Nature's Prophet rotations. The second you catch Ducalis is the second that he dies. We saw it is insane how much damage the Nature's Prophet deals for those first couple of hits when he TPs in.
And then afterward, it is insane for how long he lives when you hit him back. That is the other absolutely nuts thing about Nature's Prophet. You're going to hear us say it probably somewhere around, like, I don't know, minute 11 or 13 when he gets caught and he just doesn't die, turns it around. I'd put money on that happening at this point.
Yeah, we have seen it every single game, and really it's no surprise. The courier, Shaker was hunting it there in the bottom lane, won't be able to find it. So talk to me about the lane skips here. Is there any particular one, other than, of course, AA being in trouble, that we are going to be putting our emphasis on? Is there any heroes that you think are going to be hunted?
Slapped around again as well.
Okay.
I think that start there really did hurt him quite a lot. Normally his lane versus a PA is fairly fine. Like, you can't stop her from last hitting, as Yuma now lays into Narman as well. Yeah, you don't have a fissure currently, bro.
And there is going to be a dagger. Narman is looking very much dead. So now surrounded, actually turns around onto Kidro, wants to get the kill. I don't think that Blood Grenade will be able to finish him off, and Yuma gets himself another one. That's 2 kills for the PA already, and it's not like her CS are suffering.
No, absolutely not. Even get some extra neutrals here, just as a bonus package. And this lane is going, I'd say, slightly too well for Yuma. The Tidehunters, at the very least, should be able to survive this lane, which he is, but they're taking a lot of losses and a lot of harass.
Okay, Divine Llama is going for an Axe on the Gyro, so interesting. I really expected the Blade Mail, considering just how popular it is. I remember in Southeast Asia, some mid laners played the mid lane Gyro with the Blade Mail, so I thought that could be an item choice, but Aghanims feels too greedy.
It feels insanely greedy. I know that Yuma has been getting active early, really contributing to the team, allowing for early 5-manning, but straight up Aghanims rush on your Gyrocopter, you're really relying on Team Tickles. I don't want to say watching their transition out of the laning phase, but...
Yep, if it was the old Ags with a global cooldown, I would be fine. But
that would be fun.
This one with the side gunner, not gonna be good enough. I was expecting maybe a magic damage dealing Gyro or something along those lines. The Divine Llama, he's gonna be the true carry. It's fine, Yuma. You can get your Battle Fury and stuff, and I'm killing these guys. I'm getting all the farm. And really, there is enough farm on the map for everybody.
Yeah, listen, if you want somebody to clear out these illusions from Shad while you're not, while he's not clumping them all up, then yeah, Divine Llama will start. This is why I was so convinced that there would not be a carry pick incoming anymore. But if Divine Llama sees it as his job to deal with Shad's illus, then this build-up makes sense and is maybe even the only way that they're going to actually get it. It's just as he's going for that axe really early, no blade mail, no like veil or anything funky.
Maybe even a maelstrom, diffusal, maybe something along those lines would be interesting to see. Mid lane Stoikov is doing well versus Azantic. He's not winning overwhelmingly, but he is ahead, especially in denies.
Yep, and he does want to not suffer from the mid-game fragility that going for an actual change slide build does. So he has the point in the Flame Guard. He's just currently not going to use it until a tornado comes out, which if Ads plays his card right, is just not.
So they sent the Nature's Prophet to the top lane, and that will leave the PA alone, allowing the Tidehunter to come back into the game. I don't know if I like this decision, but I would be fine with it if Team Tickles heroes on top were dying. But we can consider the Clockwork isn't even on top. Actually, the Nature's Prophet isn't even on top any longer. They just want to be in the mid lane. Narman has been caught. The Blood Grenade connects as well. And the Core, no cogs just yet. He will be pushed back. He won't be able to entrap his enemy for now.
Well...
Oh, actually, he's coming forward. The Zantic is now his trouble. Stoikov, the tornado. Nice dodge from the Clockwork. And now Narman is going to try to fight. He might be in a lot of trouble as well as Kidero. He fears no tower hits whatsoever. Narman, it seems like with the Wind Lace, he will have more than enough movement speed to get himself into a safe position.
And it feels absolutely wild that with how greedy the side lanes currently are from... I wanted to call them D2 hustlers from Luna Galaxy. Can you please, for the love of God, change your picture?
No,
With how greedy their side lanes are to see both support turning up mid instead. But that was a perfect read once again.
Kips, you need to focus here. They did it to test us. So we need to focus extra hard. Every single time I see the logo, I'm thinking D2 Hustlers as well, but it is Luna Galaxy Azantic going for a Ghost Walk. Stoiko will be fine forcing that one out, but that means that Azantic will have that increased regen, of course, not as much as when it was added. Remember when it was added, you were healing like you were in the fountain?
Good times.
Didn't last long.
I mean, luckily not. Goodness sake.
Yeah, it was completely balanced and fair. It should be brought back. I don't know how they can take that away from the Invoker. Anyway, 7 minutes in, looking at the net worth, there isn't a single core that is struggling. The Gyro and the Invoker are doing the worst out of all of the heroes on the map, but they're not really that far behind. So overall, we are seeing an even come out of the laning stage despite Team Tickles not getting a single kill just yet.
Yeah, and this attempt onto Kidaro will be for nothing as well, and that means both of the Wisdom Runes going the way of Luna Galaxy, which is a huge boon for them. The level 6 on this Clockwork, super important. Level 6 on this AA as well, but he's not going to get there nearly as fast now.
No, plus he's putting more emphasis on stacking rather than staying in the lane, so poor AA. Really, this hero before level 6 does nothing, and it's gonna be... I'd say from now till minute 12, 13, where you don't have that level 6, and a lot of time for Luna Galaxy to just punish Team Tickles for that.
Well, in order to do that, they will need to make some moves, even without the item progression that they might have actually wanted to have yet, because I'm sure the Ancient Apparition will have his level 6 before the Violama has his Aghanim Scepter, right?
Yeah, probably.
Right.
Probably. Let's hope that's gonna be the case. Bottom lane, Armin dies. They're looking towards Boom, who has a Ravage. It would be very unwise to try and fall into the tower. We've seen so many times in this playoff, Kips, that people go for the Tide and the Ravage just turns everything
shows up to show why.
Yep, there it is. Azantic with a DD. I won't be able to catch anyone.
And the reason that that rotation doesn't work out is because they are already hesitant going on the Tidehunter 10 seconds before. That is a really good game sense read from Luna Galaxy there.
The Vailama, he is not sensing this coming. Actually started running away. The tornado does connect. He's trying to get himself away. The blood grenade connects and he's looking very much dead. Cold feet doesn't connect, but does it do enough damage to finish him off. It did not freeze him, but it did kill him. So the Vailama loses his life, and that is going to be an earn charge for the Invoker. He has been chasing it around the map for quite some time, and finally will be able to get it, and finally Team Tickles get themselves on the board.
That is the most important kill that you could get, and they've got it in the bag, and Ads is a serious kill threat now. And Phyologor is... I don't like saying people are asking for it, but he just stole a Wisdom Rune, and he's now all up in Shad's stacks. He's gonna die for this, for sure.
Oh, let's see. Maybe he has some fancy footwork cogs usage. Net has been used. He has lost a lot of his mana. Stoikov comes over. No, he was just baiting Kips. He's not going to die for it. The tornado connecting on all three of them.
Right.
Still looking towards the Invoker Sentry. Has been placed down. It's Antic turning himself around. The Blood Grenade connects. He still wants to fight. Won't be able to get it. Now going in. The other core doing his best. There's going to be another Sentry. They get the kill. He really was asking for it. But his death, it was not in vain because the Invoker died on the other parts of the map. And AA lost its life as well. Oh, what a snipe!
Respect. Yeah, that's I gotta support your teammate right there.
For sure. I'm just seeing it more and more. People staying over there. It's a support that died this time around, so not that big of a deal. But every single time, I'm just seeing a hero. Oh, I want to participate in one more creep or one more kill when I am 5% HP, and then they just die.
Yeah, I agree that it's a good way to optimize, because as long as you're not within reach, but you can still contribute with a spell or like one errant right click, technically you should do it. The problem is, of course, that enemies with any kind of situational awareness and more reach than you have. One of my favorite kills ever that I remember from starting to play Dota 2, which is almost 10 years ago, is Avenge Scream kill on somebody who thought he was out. That's how good that feels.
It really does. Overall, though, there is a Battle Fury on Yuma already. The PA, again, he rushed it completely without boots. Now he does have brown boots, but overall, this is going to increase his farm by quite a lot. Nagasarn is a fast farmer, not as fast as a Battle Fury PA.
No, she is not, and neither is she as fast normally as an Aghanim Scepter Gyrocopter, I think. Which is, they do just take out this top tower here as well, with Stoikov simply coming over, and I'm loving how ready Stoikov is to just do a whole lot of legwork to help out these greedy side lanes of his. Like, he goes under the bus a little bit here. He would really have a better net worth if he didn't have to mop up these little, shall I say, optimistic plays from time to time. But you know what? It's working out for his side lanes, and they can go create space for him after.
I mean, it is what it is. You are playing with the Lama, who just chose to play an offlane gyro, so you have to adjust, and I think he's adjusting quite well.
Ult.
Okay, and the Ravage being used, the Clockwork is gone, and Stoikov, in a little bit of trouble, gets himself away with the Remnant. He already had it placed there on the top lane, but now he won't be able to stop the Tide dropping the Meteor Hammer. He still managed to take the bottom tier 1 with the Tide, despite his laning stage not going that well, and now he's threatening mid as well.
With the Ravage down, Stoikov having a shield rune here as well, and the Lama hovering his way over. I don't think he's going to get the tower on this round just yet. And maybe they actually, with this many cores at the ready in mid, this might just be the side of Luna Galaxy going over to threaten that tower instead.
I was thinking they threatened the Tide, kill him before he gets a pipe, because once he does that, it's gonna be very tough then to kill him until your PA is actually ready to fight. So I would like them to slow down Boom, especially because he's so high in terms of levels.
Well, 10 already, having a phenomenal time here. The pipe, I mean, the awkward build-up is going to leave him waiting for a little bit, but yeah, you gotta, exactly, exert that.
Boom has been caught, and Boom will be going down. The Lama comes over to assist as well. The right clicks will hurt, of course. With the Anchor Smash, he's just gonna try to delay that as much as possible. But the Kraken Shell will be broken by Stoikov. Sleight of Fist on the bottom lane. The smoke of Team Tickles will not be finding the PA, who is safely farming on the top part of the map.
And that fulfills, well, I guess, both of our wishes. That mid tower gets a lot of pressure on it, that Tide gets a good amount of slowdown on the pipe.
That is quite nice. So we'll see if they're gonna be able to slow him down once more. You would like to make him throw out that Ravage once again defensively or for a support kill. That would be amazing. The PA has been scanned. They know where Yuma is. This is dangerous for him, Kips.
And he might die here for the fact that the entirety of his team is currently holding hands with the gyrocopter.
Yeah, he's dead. The A blast connects, and they do have the tornado to kill him if need be. The Collis is the one that gets the kill, but they want revenge. They want revenge now. Looking towards the Invoker, we're currently looking at that ancient stack, but turning our focus here at the Invoker, who has been caught. No chance to TP himself away next to Stoikov, and he will be going down. It will be a 1-for-1, still a bigger kill into the pocket of Team Tickles, and they did force out some rotations. Maybe this equalizes a little bit, but the Ancients tried to finish the Collis off. Not going to be happening. Stoikov, his footwork finally paying off as he gets a double.
Dvailama really gambling with his life here. He was just about 100 gold away from finishing his Aghanim Scepter and still posturing so far forward.
Not even close. He got the deny on the tower. He knew exactly what he was doing, Kips. But after the death of the PA, the Naga Siren is the one that is at the top of the network chart. And actually, there is a huge difference between him and Yuma, and this is already super scary for Luna Galaxy, as we mentioned. This is a really good Naga Siren pick.
I mean, I said before, like, the only way that they are going to be clearing out her illusions is if Dvailama actually gets to build damage this game. But that does mean that they literally are rocking 2 carries in this game right now, and not a whole lot of utility. So these supports are going to have to do a lot of work with very little farm, because there's 2 hyper-farming carries on the map, sucking dry every single camp that they can find.
Yep, there is now a Blink Dagger on the Shaker. So Team Tickles, they have an initiation tool. With every AA Blast and the Echo, these 2 supports just between themselves could kill everybody. Maybe an Ember survives, everybody else 100% dead.
Agreed with that, and they briefly touched with the scan over on the top lane as well.
I haven't really went through the double scan change with you, Kips. Are you a fan of this change? Do you like that now teams have 2 scans?
I do think so as well, because it makes it once again a little bit fairer in terms of like much like the Hand of Midas, right? You don't really get caught without it. And unable to use it when you really need it, unless you've been really greedy. Just gyrocopter.
Speaking about greed, yeah, the Dvailama, that's kind of his MO, and now finally he will pay for it. There's no way you're surviving this one, especially with the blood grenade coming through. With the Anchor Smash, it was the Tide that tried to get the kill. Not gonna be happening. Homing Missile connection. Here's the hook shot through the Tide onto Norman, killing the Dvailama. Will come at a cost. They still have the Ravage, and with Invoker coming over, maybe Boog can stand his ground and fight. There's the MP Ravage. He's threatening with it. The Battery Assault stops him for a second, which doesn't allow the stun to connect onto Stoikov immediately. Now the stun strike has been used. Kidoro wants to run himself away. They're still chasing forward. Boom has been stuck. He's way too fat. Actually got pushed out by a tree in there. Finally dropped, getting himself away, going through the Sprout, and he'll be fine. But the Dvailama, he's back to the world of the living, TPing in. And why are you running now, Team Tickles? Come on. You looked pretty eager to fight a second ago. Not any longer. They're gonna get themselves away. And considering that the Ravage was used, I'd say a pretty decent one for Luna.
Yeah, it could have been even better if Stoikov had actually managed to fully dodge the Ravage there, but instead he gets EMP'd as well, loses a lot of mana, loses a lot of time regenning back up, so Team Tickles should be happy with this exchange, in my opinion. And if there's one thing that they've shown on Luna Galaxy in this game, is that they are so ready to strike back. They're like, yeah, we're greedy, we know we're going to lose heroes, but that means you're going to give away information of where you are at the moment you are murdering them, and we will show up and punish you for it. No intention of guarding, only intention of punishing.
Naga is farming slightly faster than the PA. I thought that was not gonna be the case, to be frank. I'm very surprised with the pace of farm currently for the Naga Siren. Of course, there was a tower advantage, now not any longer. And Llama, very dead.
Yeah. Well, the punishment squad this time is actually looking for a Naga Siren, which is something that I wanted to bring up, is that she has not been hunted at all. Normally, in any other game, she would actually be dodging people and having trouble securing her farms because there is 4 heroes potentially playing towards her. But in this game, they've been so busy running that punishing squad to defend both of their side lane cores who are merrily farming, that they haven't really had any time to do anything about her at all. Plus, of course, Yuma and Davai Lama have had to share the prime farming spots, which means that both of them have had a suboptimal pattern, whereas the Naga could do literally anything she wanted.
Team Tickles, they have a lead here, but Luna Galaxy are trying to get through. Without Stoikov would have been quite tough. Here comes the Sunstrike. It is going to be scouted. Team Tickles, they don't have an AA blast.
Oh,
but
the bill.
Luna Galaxy, they don't have the guts to continue this, and they just get themselves away.
I would contest that by saying they do have the brains to get out immediately. The team fight over on Tickles is absolutely absurd. And maybe that's also one of the reasons that they've mostly been running revenge as opposed to like, their own action. Yeah, this Roche is going to get lost now.
Yep.
Because if you run into that team fight, you give the enemy all the vision they need to press their spells nicely. Whereas, you know, if one or two of the spells get used in the kill attempt, you can safely walk in afterwards.
A smoke from Luna Galaxy, they won't be there in time. They're currently close to their own twin gate here that, well, Kidro is gonna have to run away from if he wants to live. He's currently dewarding, but nobody from Team Tickles will be coming through the gate just yet. Overall, though, the PA did have a BKB, and I think the idea there from Luna Galaxy is we have a BKB on the PA, we can do it, and then they decided against it. Now he has the shard, so finally the Tide is actually very vulnerable.
It is absolutely killable, and I think what you would be waiting for on Luna Galaxy is you're going to be waiting for the BKB on the Lama, and after that you fight. That is your... You hope that you're going to be getting the time to do that, and he's getting preferential farm right now, as you can see.
One thing I can also see, Kips, is that Shad has a heart. And this is a timing the Team Tickles want to use. They're so strong. And Echo Slam, Davai Lama, also an AA Blast. The Ravage connecting. No, the Ember gets himself away. Yuma didn't go for the BKB just yet. Using the blur, getting himself away. Picking up the Wisdom Rune. Sunstrike onto Stoikov. Misses just slightly. Narman a little bit too deep and will be taken down. It is a 1-for-1. As Yuma wants another support to go down. Ducalis has the Force Staff to save himself. Tornado covering as well. Shad has been caught. He doesn't have the Quelling Blade. He will be coming through it. Now the Broken Tide will be going
Nice
down.
hook.
What a hook shot, and with a BKB, he doesn't want to go to sleep. Yuma is just gonna be dodging that one. Doesn't like the voice of Shad whatsoever. Wants to be chasing forward even longer, but he had the dead in the water on him. As now he's gonna be fighting the A. He just needs a crit. There's a triple for him, and the hero with an Aegis will survive. But let's see for how long. Shad is all alone. The Shaker will be coming in a second, and can they really kill this Naga? He has a heart. You're gonna have to rip it out if you want him dead. Not gonna be happening for now.
Fish will not be gutted this day, but once again, what an incredible understanding from Luna Galaxy there. Making sure that they save the BKB from that PA while the first kill is going down. Almost, you could say, welcoming the fact that they now know where everybody on Tickles is, which spells have been used, and then surgically snipping away one by one of these pesky enemy heroes on the retreat.
Have you ever watched MasterChef? You know, the Gordon Ramsay
Yeah, from
is a
time to
judge.
time.
Yeah.
Have you seen him? Are you talking about like the blindfolded chicken?
No. The time when he's filleting a fish and there is a girl on the like on the balcony is like, oh my god, oh, like that's so beautiful, right? And that's what I'm imagining now when Yuma is playing versus the Naga Siren. That's we might see a satisfying filleting of a fish later on. The Tide is already done, but this one is a little bit more gentle, you know.
I am the girl on the balcony currently.
Okay.
That hook shot injected straight into my veins.
It was really beautiful. Ducalis, he did his best to escape here. That dead in the water, slowing down Yuma in the end. It wasn't enough. There's still an Aegis on Team Tickles, but this is just the PA in action. Yeah, you might not be able to kill the Naga Siren that easily, but everybody else is in trouble. Shad, it takes so long for him to kill a single hero. The Clockwork has a hook shot. You don't even succeed at doing so, and Davai Lama always there for his friends.
And now the question for Team Tickles is how are they going to leverage this overwhelming team fight that they have, the fact that Shad can't be killed. And I think the answer is that they really have to be super conservative with their spells. We saw them spend several there in order for just a single kill, and that is just simply not enough. They need a better setup, and they need to actually hold these spells even when they think they can get a gyrocopter down, because a single gyrocopter clearly not enough. Well, here now.
Oh, he needs
Surely you can kill him
45
without
gold.
ult.
He needs
Look at the damage.
45 gold that he's not taking his Chad. He's the one in trouble. Divine Llama, he's surviving. Where's the A blast? Well, with the Ravage connecting, they will be able to finish him off. Chad is the one that gets the kill. Still has the Aegis for 45 seconds. He's more than fine with dying, but here comes the real deal. Yuma gets the kill. Phantom Knight still available. The hookshot gets dodged by the mirror image. I was quite sure that was going to be able to connect, and Chad gets himself away. They were attacking the wrong one. Team Tickles, they're running away for the time being. It is a 1-for-1, but also losing the Aegis makes it a slight win for Luna Galaxy.
It does, yeah, and they also hold on to Yuma's BKB. He is being the right kind of greedy with it, I would say.
Yep.
Like if he's not gonna die, he's going to rely on that Aghanim Scepter now to keep him alive.
It's working out for sure. When does a Xanthic start being a problem with this Invoker, as he does have a Midas? Okay, he is not gonna be a problem at all.
Problem.
Yeah, he's in a problem. That is the right way to put it. Yuma always there around the map to slay people. Now he has that Aghanim Scepter, so he's gonna be very fast to connect every single time.
And that was so fast after the fight on bottom. You would normally expect, okay, you know, on Luna Galaxy, they're going to take a couple of camps while they make their way to push out the mid-wave once it arrives on their side of the map. And they don't actually care about that mid-wave or the camps in between there and you. They just kill you. The Vi is going to die again.
Didn't he get his BKB? No, it wasn't delivered, actually. And you know what the funny thing is? He missed the Echo. He used it only onto the creeps, and he still got the kill. Yuma didn't get the crits in, meaning that Boom will be alive. Shad goes for a song, and the Invoker is coming back to the world of the living, leaving a poor Nature's Prophet all alone, caught inside the net. Here comes the Sunstrike, and he'll just be surrounded by fish, and it is gonna be the biggest and the baddest of them all who gets the kill.
A little bit of a strike back from Tickles here. But the problem that I have with the Naga Siren, right, is a Naga Siren is a phenomenal hero at winning the game, but not at ending it. Like, she gives you all kinds of tools that are going to make it really easy to go up to an enemy high ground. But then, she's not going to burst anybody. She's always going to be playing in full vision from that point on. The illusions can all be anticipated. It's hard to cut from behind and to create the chaos that she loves. So, as far as like Team Tickle's route to actually winning this game goes from their dominant position of their Naga Siren right now, I don't really see a secondary hero yet that is supposed to fulfill that role. And I think you correctly pointed at Azir. He is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter now, which will give him the full upgraded Sunstrike Cataclysm in order to follow up on, for example, the Ravage, for example, the Song of the Siren. But they're doubling down on what's already not really working for them, and it has me worried.
I will see. Ravage into a Cataclysm is something that can win you fights, win you the game.
Yes.
In the end, as Boom has been found, he's not the one with the Force Staff inside of the cogs. Gonna be taking a lot of damage now with the break. It is very easy to bring him down, or is it? Tornado will be there. Another Slide of Fist will be enough, but he has lost all of his mana on Stoikov, and actually did have the dead in the water. That is a huge deal. You cannot use the Slide of Fist when that is used, right? Am I wrong?
No, I don't think so. That counts as being leashed, I think.
Yeah, it's leashed. You cannot use it.
Exactly. So a bit of a threat on the board for Stoikov, who is, by the way, very close to a BKB of his own. And that is one of the reasons that the Violama has been, or had been dying, I should say. Skidaro is now playing in that same danger zone. Well, let's see
He's
if
fine.
it's life.
He's
But
okay.
you can see them handing over the farm priority from one to another, depending on who needs to get his next item the fastest. And in this case, they have handed that over to Stoichkov now, who is going to be finishing the BKB.
So the win probability was showing the Team Tickles are actually favored to win this quite a lot, Kips. And I don't know, looking at the heroes, yeah, you have this Tidehunter, you have this Shaker, but the PA has been looking so good in this tournament, in this game as well. Do you agree that this is Team Tickle's game to lose?
No, not at all. Like, they made one attempt at even just the enemy tier 2s, right? And they got rebuffed very hard indeed. And we're nearing 30 minutes now. All 3 of these tier 2s are still standing, despite the Naga Siren that's held the top network spot in this game since the laning stage. That's not a good sign as far as I'm concerned.
And we'll see if maybe that Naga can change something in the future. He wants to go full in on stats, so Scotty, Heart, Manta, and Butterfly for the Naga Siren. Just wants the illusions to be impossible to kill. And currently, the PA is working towards a Maelstrom. I think if you see the Butterfly, that you switch it up to an MKB, right?
I think so as well. I can see why on the Gyrocopter you might not want to do that, but on the PA for sure, MKB, you're going to be working together here. The Gyrocopter clears out the illusion so you can find the real one, and then you as the PA go mano a mano with the Fish Lady.
Kidaro TP out at Xantic. He was a little bit hesitant to get on top of his enemy. They're not sure what was waiting for him on the back, and really what was waiting for them. They are gonna be backstabbed. Shad has been found. That is not an easy target to bring down armor. And going forward, then he finds the Echo Slam. They're just gonna be destroying for Stoikov. He doesn't have a buyback. 64 seconds on the sidelines. You have to run. You cannot fight the Bailama being pulled in by the EMP. Doesn't want to BKB. Now he's gonna be doing it. And with the TP out, he will be finding the AA blast. Lucky for him, that one won't connect, because without the fountain heals, it is a question if you would live. Yuma, you don't want your BKB gone. You might just have it gone, running away from Narman. Now he knows that he's being spotted. Yuma still deciding not to go for this, and he just wasn't spotted. This blur, you have to get so close to see her.
I was getting a little sweaty handed there. That was, yeah, yeah, laugh it off, Yuma.
Poor Kidaro, he doesn't have a blur, and he will go for a nap, and then he will go for an eternal sleep.
That was exactly the right engagement, exactly the right reflexes from Narman. Immediately get the dunk in onto the Ember Spirit. That is the one that you want to break down as fast as possible. And that also means that they were looking for that fight because of the Black King bar on the Ember Spirit, but he never gets to use it. So win for Tickles, and that means they're going to gear up for Roshan now.
No sleep,
Some
though.
of their spells are down, yeah.
And no Ravage.
Hey, you can see them hesitating.
And they should hesitate, because without the Ravage, without the sleep, they can very easily get completely overwhelmed and destroyed in that fight. Lotus Orb on the Tide, Yuma, Shad, that is not a target that you want. Boom, on the other hand, that is something that you can fillet pretty fast. Actually, he's going for Shad. He's trying to get the kill. The Fisher will be keeping him away. Blur, he can remove the net as fast as he wants, and he just doesn't have the range to go forward. He went for a stronger target. I think he's gonna regret that, because the Tide probably would have died.
Maybe, but the result might just be the same in that they're going to finish off this Roshan as fast as possible now. 40 seconds left for the Tide. 6 seconds for the Echo Slam though. Yeah, they're grouping.
Yeah, and the AA Blast is ready. You get a connection then on all three of the cores. Even if there's an Aegis Cheese, there's a good chance that you're losing this fight. Okay, they get it super fast. The AA Blast is coming forward, clipping the PA. Yuma doesn't want to get inside. Actually, inside of the cogs. I want to get there with my enemies. You are trapped with me in here. And looking towards Boom. Now the Song of the Sirens. Can he stop him? He will be able to do so. The TP'd out. Boom. Very close to getting himself away. And Theolocore doesn't have the mana for another Battery Assault or cogs. So it is only going to be 2 heroes dead on Team Tickles. Considering how the fight started, this is a dream for them. It could have been much worse.
It could have been so much worse. If Team Tickles is a second earlier, 1 single second, that was a disaster. But instead it goes the other. Both teams should thank their lucky stars there, and that's not very often when that happens.
Yeah, very true, very true. Imagine the Shaker comes in, echoes 3 of them, follow-up stuns, and there's an AA Blast. It would be a complete slaughter there, and you don't get out of it alive. On the other hand, if you get 1 more crit from the PA, the Tide dies, and then who knows, maybe you chase down even 1 more hero. This way, it is Arosh, the Aegis Cheese, and 2 kills for Luna Galaxy. They're in a comfortable lead. Still not enough to say, okay, they are going to be winning this game 100%. We are still very close to a victory for one or the other team.
Yes, we are. I think the most important part here is that especially if this cheese gets to be used by a hero that's not under AA ult or just about to survive the AA ult, there is only 1 round of big damage. on Team Tickles. They have all of the big ults, and that's when people need to die. If 2 more people survive that than intended, that could be a disaster. It's much like how powerful an Aegis is versus a Faceless Void. This is roughly the same.
It really is. Though, if you get the connection from a Shaker, let's say, and rather not from the Tide at the start with the Cataclysm, people are just going to be dying super fast. And now it's going to be even easier for the Shaker to kick in with the damage as he has the Shard as well.
And for me, the hero to look for now on Tickles is absolutely, I guess it's Boom. I wanted to say Ads, but Ads only has to wait for the right moment to press the Cataclysm. I don't really want to see him do anything else than that. Boom is the one who needs to create the opportunity for that Cataclysm.
Yeah, maybe you get a meteor off, but that's about it. You don't want a random tornado. You know, you get caught up in a moment, use the tornado and just screw up the entire combo. Just don't do anything, man. Use the Cataclysm, destroy the world and your enemies with it, and that's gonna be good enough.
And you don't want to be catching any stray daggers either. Yuma already well on his way to level 25.
Oh, Echo Slam being used. There's the Cataclysm. They want to take it down the one time, and they will be able to do so. The AA Blast Shatter does come in handy for them to bring him down once. Immediately just jumps away. That's no Echo Slam, no Cataclysm for the time being. We'll see if maybe Luna Galaxy without that Cataclysm want to continue fighting. Wouldn't be too dangerous.
Yeah, they do still have all of their BKBs up as well, but I think they are right to fear the Ravage.
Yeah, high ground is still very much dangerous. They did increase their lead to 7k though, and Team Tickles are gonna be on the defensive now for at least a minute or so. So that does give you time to increase your lead even further. What are the items that you think Luna Galaxy really need now, looking at the later portions of the game?
So I'm seeing a very interesting decision come up on Yuma. I was talking about the Faceless Void before, right? And what do people buy versus Faceless Void, even on carries? You buy Aeon Disc. And I love Yuma having this kind of read on the game. It's like, there's only one round and I need to live that. So that's fantastic.
There is AoE damage on Tickles, but usually they're focusing on a target when you're using that AoE damage. So there's a good chance that he's not gonna take anything unless they start focusing him down. So that Aeon Disc will allow him to get the BKB off. It would be a bummer if he would just jump in, the Aeon Disc pops, and suddenly you are not doing any damage. Of course, it will be disassembled the first time, but after that, no longer the case.
And then Aghanim's build up onto Stoikov. Defy Llama, currently flying in the full Mjolnir, which is, they were struggling against his illusions a little bit, but ultimately I don't think that the Naga illusions can grow much more tanky from this point onward. That's a Butterfly Heart Skadi. They're about at what they're going to be for the rest of the game.
He wants an MKB though to be able to fight the PA.
I don't think PA realized that the Naga was there.
Yeah, he has been found. Cataclysm coming with a hook shot, and that's just gonna be a nice bonus for Tickles. PA is dead. He didn't get his Aeon Disc just yet, Kips, and that's gonna mean swift and painful death. Team Tickles, they bring it now. It's time for a push. Pushing in all the ways. They have found the gyro as well. Slowing him down, has to go for a BKB. The dead in the water being used as well, but he's gonna take that anchor. He's not gonna be taking anything anywhere as he has been caught. You will not be able to fly away, but pulled into the EMP, and all of his controls have been destroyed. Without electronics, he cannot fly any longer.
Well, split push is going on. Stoikov is currently chopping away at the top racks, doing a lot of damage actually, but glyph up for both sides.
Azantic is going back, and his team don't really need him. Shad, if there's no PA, if there's no gyro, there's no chance you take him down. Stoikov loses a good chunk of mana, but he'll still be fine. And if they can trade this in this kind of situation, it's not that bad. AA Blast is coming, you don't want to be dying and will be running away. Killer, on the other hand, he is not that speedy. He's trying to get himself out. Already Team Tickles have secured themselves Araxes, and they have secured themselves another kill, 4 in a row without losing anybody on the map and getting Araxes as well. Shad is just staying in the enemy base. This is mine.
And Theolicore just absolutely evaporates. Oh, the only ones that can clear these illusions are the cores, and he was really overestimating Stoiko's ability to help him out there. What a turn of events, and it all starts here where Yuma just forgets that the real deal could be in between these illusions and the rest of the team behind. And all snowballs from there.
Tickles, I don't know if you remember yesterday's game, the third one versus Storm. It was Storm winning slightly, and then suddenly, just like that, Team Tickles wins one fight and wins the game immediately. And I'm getting the same vibes here from game 1 in the best of 5 grand finals.
Well, I'm not sure if that's the same though. I'm really not sure, because you're up versus a legit double carry here over on the side of Tickles, and they have a ton of firepower. Look at how easily they actually clear off this siege.
They're still fine. Yuma, what do you think? Rush the Aeon Disc or save for buyback? Which is it gonna be for the PA?
It's either or. I don't think you actually get to buy that Agnum's Blessing. Like, if you want the Agnum's Blessing before the Aeon Disc, then yeah, you better have the buyback before you buy the Blessing.
Bye, Kidaro. Poor guy. And he even put the sentry just before the stun came out. He also had the hex, so just half a second more, he gets the hex on the shaker and gets himself away. Unfortunately, he will be taken down. Has the buyback at the moment.
So not at that much of a risk. And I think there is a blessing somewhere in here for Luna Galaxy as well, where the only hero that has a refresher currently is the Invoker. They would be in a lot more trouble if Boom had one, or if the Shaker would be able to afford one, for example.
Oh, that double Cataclysm sounds scary as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you get the connection with the Ravage, Yuma is still gonna die, even from just the one. He's level 25. The triple strike Stifling Dagger is an amazing talent, but you need to not allow this to happen. The A-Blast does connect. He also has the shard. Here's the Cataclysm, of course, through the BKB. It is gonna kill him still. The Lama is dead. And now, homing missile onto Narmer. He's protected by the 5. He's gonna be fine. Lotus Orb is gonna be returning that one to the Gyro, who just bought back. And it is gonna be Stoikov being caught inside of a net. He doesn't have that much mana. DMP goes through. They're trying to cook him. The dead in the water is there. He has the cheese. Is gonna be eating it, but will be dying right after it. His last meal. It might have been amazing, but it is not gonna change the fact that he's gonna be going down. And Kidaro went into the back lines hunting for something, and well, he's gonna be the hunted.
He is going to be the hunted indeed. There are buybacks here. Team Tickles needs to be careful, but I think you might be right, actually. Like, the Lama having committed his buyback now as well, they need to make the next fight count for everything.
It has to be the PA that changes everything, but you can see how they're saving the Ravage. They're saving the Ravage for the PA. The Tidehunter isn't showing. He would be the main target for the Phantom Assassin. You kill him with the BKB, and then you can have a normal fight with everybody else just doing whatever they want. But as long as the Tide is hiding, you cannot pop your BKBs, and you cannot fight if you don't pop your BKBs.
Exactly, and even if you pop your BKBs, there's that Aghanim Scepter over on chat, which has been doing absolute work against all these heroes that think they have a free get out of jail ticket on their hands. So
also like, did you see how Shad changed his item build? He went for the Boots of Travel instead of the MKB when he saw that the rest of his team can kill the PA.
Like evidence-based item build.
Yep. Oh, PA is coming over. They seem to know. Have used the scan there on the side. This is going to be a very disconnected fight. But the Invoker did go down. Yuma finished him off. Now he has been BKB'd, but caught inside of the net. And now he's sleeping. He is looking very much dead. Without a Cataclysm, though, can they really kill him? The Ravage comes through. And yes, there is going to be a Cataclysm. Dropping down, destroying everybody. Insta buyback. Without the Ravage, without the Cataclysm, maybe Luna Galaxy can actually win this fight. But not if he loses all of his friends before he can even connect. The Vilama just going to be destroyed by Shad. Doesn't have a buyback any longer. Dead for 100. That is a 5 versus 3 scenario. This PA is going to have to do so much heavy lifting. The dead Ember Spirit won't be helping one bit. And Shad is just running forward, knowing that Yuma, even with his best crits, won't be able to take him down.
Is one more buyback on the Ember Spirit, and he does have a remnant. They pinged it out just now. They are going to try to fight this. Yuma's in.
Ghost Scepter. It is going to be protecting the A. Now he has been stunned up already, losing half of his HP. The Echo Slam pulling him in. He's dead. It is over. This game number 1 will be going to Team Tickles. They're not tickling any longer. They are destroying, annihilating, and in the end, winning, getting themselves 1 game ahead in the best of 5 grand finals. And we said it, Kips, this first game is hella important for Team Tickles. They understand it, and they will be showing it in style.
Absolutely. The way that, like, it must be hard looking at that lineup of Luna Galaxy and saying, all right, you know what, it's fine. We don't need to hurry. We got pushed away from the tier 2s. That's okay. We're just going to be building up our items and we're going to take it a little easier because they've been striking back at us a lot. That's where a lot of our losses come from. Let's see what happens if they come for us instead. And as it turns out, that was not the right situation for Luna Galaxy to be in. They were not as much in charge of this game as they thought. And after a while, I must say it was on ads to come through at the end there, and did that man do a lot of damage.
He really did. It is so fun. He didn't really have to be all that flashy invoker. He just needed to stay in a good position, not die, get a cataclysm off, and it was enough to win fight after fight by annihilating the enemy carry. So that's gonna be it for game number 1, guys. It was an amazing performance from both teams, definitely worthy of a best of 5 grand finals. But for now, we will be taking a short break. After that, we'll be back with game number 2.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Team Tickles are 1 game ahead in the grand finals. It doesn't have to be meaning much, as you have to win 3 to be crowned the champion of the Pinnacle Cup Malta vibes, 3 as well, and go to Malta on a 5-star bootcamp exclusive hotel. It is going to be amazing. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Kips, and this tournament is brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. And now, Kips, we're going to be spicing up this grand finals a little bit more, because it is, we already went through it. It is not a classic grand finals, but we were here trying to be nice. It's not a grudge match, you know, and so on and so forth. But I'm gonna be using the words, and I'm quoting the coach of Luna Galaxy, Mangusu, who says on Twitter, "Got 3 new people after the qualifiers. Now we are playing the Pinnacle Cup finals against 3 of our former teammates. Make no mistake, this is a grudge match." So Kips, there's no denying it any longer right now. We have some classic hate. I don't know if I would call it that way, but if you have a better word, give it to me.
Emotions, certainly. Like,
Okay.
you can't afford in this industry usually to ever hate anybody who leaves you, but on the other hand, you also can't really get upset at somebody being upset for you ditching them. So right now, on the field, I think just about anything goes, and where better to settle a grudge like that than with some simulated top-down wizardly warfare.
I disagree with you. You can hate, you just cannot show it that affectionately, right? So I'm gonna be hyping it up more, showing maybe even more emotion than there is. But both Dalai Lama and Mangusu showing on Twitter that you should follow Pinnacle Esports on Twitter, and of course us Harry Freak and Kips on there as well to give us a little bit of a support. Know when we're gonna have future tournaments going on as well. But now we are focusing on this tournament. Now we are focusing on this grand final. Now we're focusing on the draft. Let's get into it. So Kips, we saw an offlane gyro that you were not a fan of. I definitely wasn't a fan of the build. The chat hated the build so much that they started hating on Dalai Lama, who is actually a pretty lovable guy. So what now? What does Luna Galaxy change? Go for something a bit more conventional?
Yeah, I think they really drafted themselves into a little bit of a corner there. And you know what? They nearly sold me on that gyro too, but I think that what really got me was the fact that they'd been executing so sharp on both Yuma as well as Stoikov that, if once either of them made a mistake, they fell off that tightrope, and it was clear that they couldn't actually get away with the gyrocopter. But man, was it impressive while it lasted. So if they just make the draft a little easier on themselves, we've spoken about ease of execution before, right? A little bit more standard, maybe actually do give that PA away and try to beat it anyway, because you have just a lineup that works better for yourself, then that might just be the trick for Luna Galaxy.
I just started laughing now quite a lot because you talked, and what I heard was, Gary, what was good about that gyro? What? The PA and the Ember Spirit. Like,
yes.
The gyro. The gyro. But until Yuma and Stoikov made a couple of mistakes, that gyro actually looked okay. Though, to be honest, the Dalai Lama was dying quite a lot of times. Yeah. He was missing 45 gold for the BKB, and he died twice. The second time he bought it, but it wasn't delivered, and he still went down. So the gyro really didn't work out, and his timings didn't come out in time. And I really hated the first item, Aghanim Scepter. I hate it even on a carry gyro. So I'm not really sure what Lama was trying to go for in that one. But now they're going to be switching it up with the Pango being their first pick.
And there are those emotions. There's that hate, and Harry going against his own advice and actually showing it. I like it.
What was it? I never follow anybody's advice, let alone my own. I mean, that would be that would be crazy.
All right, we got ourselves a Pangolier though, and I dare say that if we have followed the other competitions that have been on for a little bit, then the Pangolier has been rearing his charming head quite a lot. Still one of the better mid laners in terms of scaling, in terms of team fight contribution. Tickles grabbed the Vengeful Spirit. I haven't been impressed with her yet in this tournament, I don't think.
Yeah, it was much more impressive in the group stage. I think there was that one game that you and me casted where the Venge turned it around with a couple of good swaps though. Wasn't there? I'm just gonna go through the ones to try to remember.
Yeah, that might have been the Kyrgyz boys.
Maybe.
You can look that up. What I honestly wonder is why Team Tickles didn't just immediately hit them with the Invoker again. I think Ads by now has proven that his Invoker is nothing to scoff at whatsoever. They always seem to be getting away with this pick and winning with this pick, and it does look like if Team Tickles wants to, they're going to get it again, because Luna Galaxy will be defending their Pangolier with the Grimstroke ban instead. So no leash to cancel out that ultimate.
Okay, I have to agree with you. It was the Kyrgyz boys, Team Arava versus Kiri Stars. Team Arava crushed game number 1 in 52 minutes, and that was that game when they were baiting in with the Dark Willow, saving with the Vengeful Spirit and stuff like that. And what I do think is that the bar was set super high at that game for a Vengeful Spirit and for a team playing around it. Then everything else you have seen was very underwhelming, and then now you're hating on the hero.
Yeah, that's fair. I
I,
like
I
your
psychoanalyzed you.
analysis. Yeah, I like your analysis of your analyst here. That's gonna make me a better analyst in return.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. The Dawnbreaker comes out, so two very lovely ladies on the side of Team Tickles, both of which do have saving capabilities for their other heroes.
Yep, team fate save, individual save, and next to that, both of them can hit really hard if they get the appropriate itemization as well. Possible for both of these to be support, possible, of course, for the Dawnbreaker to turn into some form of core. Carry Dawnbreaker, anyone? I'm still a fan.
I think if Nande was still in the competition, if KZ team was still here, we could expect it. I think he even played it when they had the Medusa. They played an offlane Medusa, so he could play a carry Dawnbreaker. But
like
on the
that.
other teams, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it would be a rarity indeed. Warlock now for Luna Galaxy. Their team fight is definitely secured this time around. It's going to be very hard for Team Tickles after that start to get the superiority again. Now the Luna Galaxy has dropped these two down, and they get the Dark Willow. So we have seen the power of the Bedlam on, well, go-in heroes like the Pangolier. Very effective to increase the damage output, especially against heroes that can defend themselves in some way or form, versus his physical damage will still die to the Dark Willow's a little spirit companion.
He's a wisp. He's a wisp. His name is Jex, and he's a wisp. And
apologies. Wait.
when he goes on a vacation to Malta, of course, because this is the best vacation he can go for, then he's replaced by Gloombob. That's the other one.
I see.
Gloombob is the immortal, the cute one that jumps around, you know.
That one, yes. All right. I was not aware of the labor situation in Dark Willow's employ.
Okay, I mean, it's fine. And it also says on the immortal, it says something like Gloombob, you did come highly recommended by Jex or something along those lines. Of course, I cannot quote it. I can check it now.
Sounds like Jex died.
No. Jex went on a vacation. He's fine, right? But when you go to Malta, you just don't want to return. Team Tickles, they get themselves a puck, and whenever I see a Dark Willow, there's a puck on the other side because, well, Dark Willow doesn't do anything to the Fairy Dragon.
No, she can only. I mean, all of the puck spells will still hit her, even if she disappears into the Shadow Realm. And of course, the puck can dodge literally everything that she throws out at it instead. Puck also good versus the Pangolier. Silence, Coil, still make sure that the Pangolier cannot get his ult off. So altogether, I was pretty sure that a puck pick was going to come out already when they didn't ban it to protect their Pango.
And Tidehunter comes out again. I am afraid for Team Tickles damage. Unless they have a carry that is going to be contributing quite a lot in it, this lineup can lack in damage for sure. Yes, you can find the backlines, and the Warlock and the Dark Willow will die, but if you do not find the backlines, good luck.
Yeah. The Pangolier Warlock combination is just, if you can't stop the Warlock from getting Fatal Bonds off even, the amount of damage that's going to be dealt is actually already going to be very serious indeed. And Team Tickle's lineup so far, decently short range, decently gripped, and there we have her. Yuma is going to be showing off the other assassin.
Yep. Do you think he's more dangerous on this one or less dangerous?
He showed some phenomenal targeting and understanding of his ranges and when he should pop BKB or not in that last game. So it's going to be hard to top that, but we've already seen him absolutely own on the TA before as well, and he did win that one. So technically the TA is better, right? Stats don't lie.
Yeah, stats don't lie. They sure don't. I'm very curious to know why Luna Galaxy isn't banning out the Tide. I feel like Boom, whenever he gets a chance, he's gonna pick this hero. And I know I mentioned damage issues, but in the laning phase, Team Tickles has a lot of damage, so they can get themselves the advantage early on, and they won't really be having any issues in the early mid game because they're gonna have higher levels than their opponents. So I'm very much surprised that Luna Galaxy aren't considering banning out the Tide. As Boom, this is the only thing he plays.
Yeah.
Literally, they always pick it for him, and he always crushes it. Item choices, decisions when to use the Ravage, is moving around the map. Everything is on point, and he just wins with the heroes. So I'm curious to see if Luna Galaxy might get burned again, and then decide, okay, it's time to get rid of this.
Yep. They have a bunch of priority bans, I think, here that they don't want to skip for the Tidehunter just yet. And of course, if you start banning the Boom heroes, maybe you'd also have to start thinking about the Darkseer as well, because that's the other hero that, if there's no Tide, he immediately goes DS, and he's also been looking phenomenal on that. So,
yeah, true. Very, very true in that one. There was a ban on the Naga Siren. I like it here. Anything that can remove the Fatal Bonds, that can remove the Bramble Maze, is immediately a great pick. And you can remove it with the Mirror Image, you can remove it with the Manta that you will inevitably be building. And well, the TA hates playing versus any kind of illusion-based hero. So I'm guessing a Terrorblade could be targeted as well, as it would be a decent one for Tickles.
yeah. Manta Style Builder, very nice versus the Dark Willow. Pangolier can only keep you down for so long on any illusion-based heroes, really, and especially now that there is no proper disarm for him anymore. Banning out the Darkseer themselves.
I guess you do want to go for a stats-based hero. TB most likely, but anything of that type that you are buying a Skadi and stuff like that does make sense. So I can understand the Darkseer ban.
Yep. Skadi, high stats, high armor. And the LC as well. Are they trying to threaten with a Slark pick here?
A PL pick? Slark would be good as well.
There's a ton of options on the board actually for Team Tickles.
I think Slark, Terrorblade are the ones I'm looking at as the things that they would want, unless there's an offlaner of Luna Galaxy that completely dissuades you from one or the other of those. But yeah, Slark or Terrorblade make a lot of sense. Terrorblade because of the Manta versus these two supports, and Slark, well, with the Dark Pact, he just doesn't care about any of these lockdowns.
Also great in the 1v1 versus Templar Assassin.
True.
And they take out the PL. What I'm worried about here is that they'll bait themselves into picking something like an Underlord and all of the tempo falling over onto the mid lane.
I don't know. I feel like Llama wouldn't want to go that route. I want something more aggressive here. What about a Slardar?
Ooh, I would respect the hell out of a Slardar, but I think that's a hero you almost never pick blind, and this is certainly blind. Okay.
Carriers, mid lane TA, off lane Pango?
Yeah, so TA versus the Puck. Versus up first the Tidehunter.
I think Luna Galaxy's grudge is getting the better of them. They are going for some interesting things like, oh, we're gonna crush them with this, oh, look at this, and they're just not going for basic Dota. This isn't something that is being played that often. Team Tickles, they just go for the basics of Dota, literally. What is the basic support Avenge? Basic offlaner Tide, basic mid laner Puck, basic carry PA. That is how they are picking, and I have to say I like their draft better. It's much easier to play. The PA can find the backlines. You need the Ghost Scepter and Kiddo. Now the Shadow Realm has that a little bit of a delay before you actually enter it. One crit comes through, you die before you actually go through with it. So I'm very scared for Luna Galaxy. I'm not saying that this draft cannot work, but it is tough to play, and it is not something that you are used to, especially because it is unconventional in the current meta.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to be clever in the drafts here, right? Flexing a little bit, pivoting on heroes that you normally don't pivot on. And that's leading them into the hands of some seriously greedy drafts here, like the Templar Assassin and the Ursa. It looked good for Yuma and Stoikov juggling the farm in the previous map as well, but as we saw ultimately demonstrated, that was a tightrope walk. And if they don't execute that well this game, then they have two physical damage dealers, both up versus a lineup that has both evasion and physical damage reduction. This is scary.
Okay, this is scary. We have to whisper for some reason. I don't know why we're whispering who we are hiding away from, but whoever we are hiding away from, we won't be able to do it, as we will be casting the second game of the grand finals here between Luna Galaxy and Team Tickles. So let's get ourselves into it here and see who's gonna be getting closer to the grand prize and who's gonna be getting closer to being only second spot. I hate to say that. I love runner-ups, but history only remembers the winners, Kips.
Yeah, I have learned that several times.
I was second on TI. Noob. Like, you didn't win it. Nah, that's not good enough for some reason. But it is what it is. Kips, I just awoken some bad memories for Kips, and I'm very sorry, Kips. Second places are amazing, and
listen,
that's...
I've never had a second place, but like, you know who got second place because he beat me?
Who?
Slacks did. I will never forgive him. My llama?
Yeah, he's gonna go for the shield crash if he gets it off. So you're gonna have to go through that armor, and they will be able to do it in the end. But in the end, he's still dead, and Armin will be going down. Actually, if you lose 4 or 3 of your heroes, doesn't matter. It's not gonna be worth it. Luna Galaxy, they get themselves the first blood, but immediately give that gold right back. Oh, Team Tickles. They are not happy. Actually, Team Tickles got the first blood. Just it says Luna Galaxy Shad. Fortunately, that's not the case any longer. Ducalis caught in a bramble. The Olicore needs one more hit. And does he have the movement speed? The answer seems to be no.
No, but enough damage has been done. I think that was absolutely disastrous. The Vi Llama, I mean, that's some expert baiting right here, I want to say. The reason why this is a good bait is because it's clear that he's probably gonna die. If this was the kind of bait where, you know, you could see that he was insuring himself and he could maybe get out, they would not go for him. You need to reward them for going for you if you want to get the better of people at this level, and he was out of position. They were right.
They're killing me. They are killing me. No. And yeah, then you have that smug that we know the Vi Llama, he can have that smug face from time to time.
Absolutely. And maybe this is exactly the kind of start that you do need for a lineup like this. Of course, your lanes are also going to look pretty decent. You have Stoikov as a Timber Assassin up versus the Puck in the mid lane. Ads can't really do anything versus the TA. This is a classic counter pick for the Puck matchup in mid, in fact. And on the bottom side as well, this Ursa is going to need a little bit of time to ramp up properly to actually become a danger to the Tidehunter. Tide is often fine on the first couple of levels, but he already had himself a decent start. And after a while, the Ursa absolutely shreds through the Tidehunter. And that's exactly usually at the point where his support wants to start rotating. So that can be a problem.
Yeah, two melee heroes versus the Ursa and the Warlock. They're gonna be in a world of hurt. I'm looking at the lanes of Luna Galaxy, and they could win this game from lanes. I still favor the Team Tickles lineup because it's easier to play, but you could just lose if your lanes go horribly wrong, which it's not impossible to happen, though for now they're doing relatively okay on every single one of their cores.
They are, but the Pangolier offline already got a really good start as well. Like, he's currently topping the CS charts. He's for sure not going to stay there, right? But for now, that just means you already got your required levels on that hero. He's going to go Vanguard into Diffuse.
Okay, I like the Vanguard here. In this lane, you get a Vanguard, then you stop taking any damage, literally. Stoikov trying to kill a Xantic. He can't finish him off, but definitely is applying enough pressure. Kidaro, speaking about pressure, takes some as well, and here comes Yuma with the slow and boom. Upheaval is there. Kraken Shell is not gonna help you versus that. Yuma getting in the hits. The Fury swipes adding up, and they're gonna get so deep. Now Narman tries to change something about it, but his wounds are also pretty deep as well, and Yuma rips them apart. Fighting bears, not a smart idea.
Absolutely not. That's that level 3, 2 levels in the Fury swipes coming in clutch. And of course, we don't do Shadow Word in these lanes anymore. Warlocks have really stepped up their game. 2 points in the slow, nowhere to go for these two poor melee fools.
And it gives a really good start here for Luna Galaxy, a potential to equalize the series. Some of our viewers might think so, and if they do, they can go to Pinnacle.gg, and we have some really nice odds for this grand finals and also for some of the other titles as well, so you can check that out. You have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly and only put down as much as you're willing to spend. As Ducalis, his life might be spent as well, but booms! His will definitely be taken, and now without the TP it will be a free lane for the Ursa.
Is, yeah, and you could see that that happens exactly because Narman steps out towards the side, helping out his mid lane for a little bit, and the Tide immediately gets punished for that. And now Narman most likely will have to choose between his Tide's life and contributing to other lanes almost every single time. This is a rough proposition for Dawnbreaker as on top lane.
Oh, he dodged the magic missile, and that's a problem. The Olicore even kills him. Now Shad has been slowed down. He will get the kill, and look at what's coming from the side. Shad will be going into the brambles.
Beautiful
he needs
block.
to jump out. Where's that jump? There it is, but they just come so easy to him. Walk towards him, just one swipe from the Pangolier finishes him off. He should be a gentleman, but this lady, he doesn't like her.
No, I think once the gauntlet has been thrown, everything's game for this man. I wish there were chandeliers somewhere on the map so the Pangolier could swing from them.
And Zantic, yeah, got absolutely destroyed now in the mid lane when it comes to damage taken. Pango in some trouble. We talked about the Vanguard damage. He's not gonna be taking it any longer.
Exactly, Venge is so based on the right click, especially with 2 points into the Wave of Terror. Like, for sure it's the highest value that you're going to get for her, but in this lane itself specifically, the Vailama doesn't care all that much anymore.
Okay, so with this kind of a horrific start for Tickles, what's the approach to equalize the game, to delay the game, to survive the dives that are going your way? Shad, again, taking a lot of damage. Phantom Strike to the side. He'll be okay for now.
I mean, I think you're going to get a little bit of room to breathe in the early mid-game, where you're going to see both the TA as well as the Ursa farm up a little. That said, I'm saying that as if we're talking about a regular team here. I'm not one where we've seen both Stoikov as well as Yuma actually contribute really early and really elegantly to these team fights. So you gotta hope that that's gonna happen, and then afterwards you do have significant team fight contribution here again. You will have a Tide Hunter walking at towers again with a Meteor Hammer. Ravage is still Ravage, always be Ravage, and you're going to have a puck over the top of that as well. So they can for sure at the very least buy time and create space with that, getting some towers down, slowing the game down a little bit.
I really like how the Ursa is just running towards the Tide with his phase boots now in the mid lane when the TA has her level 6. The difference between the TA and the puck, we expected the puck to be behind. Is this the difference that you thought was gonna be happening, or do you think that puck should have lost a little bit less?
Really hard to say. I haven't seen his matchup recently. I do know that TA was ridiculously overtuned a little bit ago. So this is the outcome that I expected before the nerf. After nerf, well, I guess the matchup still also just adds for Zantic.
Yeah, goodbye Zantic. He'll be taking down Dive behind the tier 1, right in front of the tier 2, and there is no punish for the TA. This time around, Luna Galaxy, they did open up with a really good laning stage for them. They also got those early 3 kills, and now it is just looking easy. Not easy, they're just cruising through Team Tickles in the first 7 minutes.
Yeah, when you're this far ahead, the game sort of plays itself because you don't have to wait for anybody to get their item timings or their levels, and you don't have to like bicker over who gets what right now, because everybody's happy and everybody can make calls because it feels very natural because they'll have agency, they'll feel strong. If either of these 3 cores says, hey, come to me supports, we can kill the support, say, hell yeah, I have all the levels I want, I'll come over. It makes everything so simple, so harmonious.
You know, one of those You know that when he's hunting, when bears hunt salmon?
Yeah, my lord.
Yeah. Is it salmon coming into the mouth of the Ursa? Is he thinking about going in for this one again? No, or shock away. Narman is actually chasing, hoping for a kill. Ursa is a little bit too speedy, and going into the woods to hunt for bears with a mace, again, bad idea.
Beautiful route.
Why did he use the orb to the other side? Okay, he's gonna be going into the tower, but that is not where your base is, and that might be where your grave is, as there is gonna be another trap that he will be flying over, but still chased down. Here I am, and let's see if you're gonna be there for a very long time as well. Xantic, he has found himself a bounty rune, and finally they're gonna be able to bring down Yuma, the Shadow Word. Not enough heal, and boom! He will be getting his revenge. Now the Bramble Maze in the backlines. Narman should be able to survive through it. And they get themselves a big kill after a long time.
Yep, and that's only just because Xantic actually gets out on the mid lane, makes the right jukes there in order to buy time and become basically unkillable, and supports being absent. Well, oh, Shad.
He is gonna try to survive. Very unsuccessfully though, so do or do not, there is no try. We have been quoting that that Jedi Master quite a lot, and well, we now see why you shouldn't try. You should either survive or not, and the PA will be choosing not for now. And Team Tickles, they might be choosing not to be 2 games ahead in this grand finals, as they're getting completely demolished.
It is quite incredible. They would have all the tools to have a very simple game of their own if only they weren't getting clobbered this hard right now. My goodness.
Oh, there was a hero there. He just made a stack. Stoikov comes over. For me, thank you. I wanted to get a free support kill.
Me?
And I wanted, and I wanted the ancient stacks as well. This is just looking so easy for Luna Galaxy. Hello, Boom.
Yeah, like taking candy from a baby. What a hell of a dangerous baby you got there.
It's just big. It's not dangerous. Oh, the swap. The Kala says, kill me again. Who cares? I'm just gonna be dying this game, and your sacrifice, it will be noble. But it won't change the fact that you're still so far behind.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, the Vi Lama is just completed his Diffusal Blade, and the top tower is now down. This man deals a stupid amount of damage. Look at that. Chad,
Okay. Where's the swap? Oh, yep, your swapper is dead. You would probably like to swap places here. Remember Dota 1, when one team is losing, you can swap a player, like swap 5 and 9, and then you equalize it so that the game is longer. We used to do that quite a lot on Garena, and well, here, not possible, even though players have been swapping from one team to the other quite a lot between these two. Not inside of the game.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's how we got into this trouble in the first place, wasn't it?
Yep. The grudge match continues, and the casters continue to add oil to the fire, and we will never stop.
Exactly, this is my job description, says right here on my contract.
Yep. Literally.
Look at how far forward Yuma is. Surely he's going to get punished this time, right? Yeah, TP as well, Ravage.
Yuma, yep, he's dead. Shad, on the other hand, he's being healed up by the Solar Guardian. Nice stand there for him, but can he survive? There is a swap, so he's gonna be taking a little bit less damage. Not enough less, and now the cleanup crew is coming over to finish off a couple of heroes. They are mad. They have lost their carry. They're mad that they've lost their teddy bear, and now everybody involved in that crime will pay the price. Kiddo, what are they doing right now? Playing tag? Just going for a train?
Just holding hands. I think it's sweet.
They're still just gonna be continuing to do so. Yeah, this is Romeo and Juliet. Like, our teams hate each other, but we are gonna be together. Here comes the father, though, and well, Juliet is not gonna be with us any longer.
Yes, the love story for the ages. How many people die again? 13?
Yeah, but here it was only the one. You see, the Pango made sure that we do not get to that much of a tragic story.
Okay, I'm glad. I mean, to be fair, Shakespeare would have been an amazing Dota caster. Like, that man, the insults he made up on the fly are just... mwah.
Yeah, but nobody would understand him. You know, 2.5 Men. Like when Jake takes that book and he's looking at it. And what are these words? I don't understand any of them. It's because it's written in Elizabethan. Do they?
Yes.
Don't they have one in English? Right. So that would be a little bit of a problem.
English class did make me read Shakespeare in the original, as I'm not repeating that experience anytime soon.
every half a page, getting the dictionary out online and trying to understand what's actually going on. But what's actually going on in this game is that Team Tickles are helpless and that Yuma is killing the Roche. It is gonna be a very easy takedown as well.
Yep, it is. I'm eating the big man alive. Is going to go for the Blink Dagger before the BKB. I can only applaud that. Every single one of these heroes knows that they need to keep the tempo up. Same actually for Stoikov. He also already has the Blink Dagger before he's going to be finishing off the Desolator. Is already halfway through the Desolator as well. Like, they're getting everything they want right now, Harry, and like a cherry on top.
Okay, we are done with all of the grim predictions for Team Tickles, as we have seen them come back multiple times. So you need to come up with a BS excuse how they're gonna win this game, because you cannot come up with the normal one, because they're not normally gonna be winning it. But this is a good start. They bring down the Lama.
Yeah, so the Lama right now is going to tilt all the way off his chair.
Okay.
Falls off the planet and starts running it down mid.
Okay, makes sense. I think that is pretty fair, but overall, it is... No, I was about to say it's not that big of a deal. They're 10k gold behind, 15 minutes in. It's not a 1k gold per minute advantage, but it is pretty close to it.
Yeah, that's usually where these kinds of games do end up. But an important sign of life from Tickles there as well. Important kill to take down. It's just a shame that Luna Galaxy absolutely does not let themselves be intimidated by occurrences like that. They're not like, oh no, we lost a hero, perhaps we need to take it easy. They're just like, yeah, with the style that we play, people are gonna die. We are farming all 3 lanes at the same time. That's why we're ahead. We will continue doing that. Sorry, not sorry.
Okay, when you say we're not intimidated, I kind of remember the Avengers scene, Loki. We're not intimidated by thugs, and then Iron Man comes over to save the old man. So that is, I think they need a hero at this point on the side of Team Tickles, though. There is still a chance to come back. I guess you have a PA. This hero can be a problem. She is 4,000 gold behind the TA, though. So we know which of the 2 assassins is currently better trained.
Absolutely, and the problem is that the matchup for the PA versus TA is also not that good, with the PA relying on those first couple of burst hits to take a target down, and TA being exactly fully protected against the first couple of hits.
Ours as
on
well.
the shard.
One more hit. Oh, Narman survives there. He'll be fine with the stick. Now the shield crash will be used, and they drop down the golem. Boom isn't moving. Usually you remove things from here. He's gonna release the Kraken, but there will be a Bramble Maze to keep him in place. And actually Stoikov gets the kill. I think
Yuma
with
isn't
the
even
trap
there.
damage.
He's just clapping Shad.
Yeah, he's bringing down somebody else. Carry versus carry matchup. You're bringing in more friends. I'm gonna kill your friends as well as you run away.
Friend.
Oh, 3 of you. No problem. Everybody dies versus a bear. Use your swap. Swap places. It doesn't matter because death is a certainty.
More friends.
Okay, now there's a lot of friends. Now he's already gonna be starting to panic. He doesn't have the enrage, but he's very mad. Turns around and doesn't hit anybody. Team Tickles, they will be living up to their name as they're tickling this bear, and in the end he will succumb to it.
And that is not the normal way to trade an Aegis for a kill on 2 towers, but it's still happening.
Okay. Yeah, not your first choice, but it's still good enough. Actually, look at that golem trying to finish off the Kalis. He will have the footwork to escape for the time being. And Team Tickles, they don't seem mad. If we look at their faces, they're okay. They're focused, so probably think they can still win this one.
Yeah, Yeah, this is a Phantom Assassin we're talking about. The right crits at the right time can make all of the difference, and especially if you have some AoE lockdown, you get the opportunity to work around the TA and her burst damage, and supports might be killable, the Pangolier might be killable. Um, there's also, of course, the fact that Luna Galaxy have been split up and everybody's been getting what they want so far. And they have a lot more terrain to cover right now. And this is something that you sometimes also see explained as a throw, where they're like, oh, they were so far ahead, it took so many towers, what, like, how could they lose this? Well, you're holding more terrain right now. You're splitting up more right now. It's harder for you to keep tabs on everything that's happening with, just your 5 guys, especially because you haven't scaled with items a lot yet. So it is possible for them to try to control the map too much right now, choke too hard, and in the process split up too much and get themselves picked off.
There's a Rolling Thunder. Buck being caught, phase shift, trying to get to the high ground, not gonna be allowed. Yuma with a haste coming in. This time around, he has brought his friends as well. Not gonna be alone, and then he's gonna be much more dangerous. Boom has been slowed down to a crawl. Those little arms from the ground are just not allowing him to move. Look at how slow he is. And he's just not moving, carrying that heavy anchor of the Kunkka ship going for a TP out. Atos, I don't know how he got out of that one, but he did.
I think he was there forever. And I'm guessing that the Theolicar just took a sweet time getting over there because he was like, yeah, he's going to TP out anyway. And he was like, oh, I might actually make it.
And in the end, he didn't. So we usually try to cover our bases when we cast about how do you come back. Split push, team fight, pick off. And when we look at Team Tickles, their heroes should have the capabilities for all 3, but which ones? Is it more of a let's try to team fight, or more so go for a split push and pick off type of a thing? Because well, team fight definitely isn't working all out. They didn't even get that one. Actually, turning out to the TA will be bringing her down. That works for sure. Bukalet's running away from the golem again. Swashbuckle will finish him off. The Lama in a bit of trouble. He does not have a way to get himself out. No Rolling Thunder, no TP, nothing to survive, and he'll be going down there to the damage of the Meteor Hammer. Boom, running himself away. The golem dies just before it finishes off the tide, and there it is, a team fight. It is what changes things here in favor of Tickles.
It is, and it is also exactly what I was talking about when, you are used to being able to get all of the map and your enemy being much more split than you as well, because they used to, be further forward out on the map. But now everybody is in the base, and Yuma can't even be bothered to walk over to the start of that fight, whereas Warlock is getting caught because he's too busy hitting the enemy Tormentor all on his own. And it leads to this weird trickle-in pub kind of fight where, yeah, Tickles, that's exactly what they needed.
Let's see if it's gonna be enough. The Goldie is still in a pretty comfortable position from Luna Galaxy, but they still haven't taken all of the outer towers. So if Team Tickles want a place outside of the map that they want to set up a fight, they still have a couple where they can do so.
Yes, they do, but let's face it, we are at 22 minutes into the game right now. Taking down all outer towers at this point is really only something you do if you accidentally find yourself there. Aiming to do that, once again, spread you out a little too thin at a point where you could easily just be farming more and not giving away that much information. So I don't mind it.
Oh, Yule's being used there. Boom. Yeah, he's not getting out of this one alive. I like that he bought a Yule's. It is actually a great item versus the Ursa. You have to have some kind of an idea to go for an unconventional build in a game like this. And boom, understanding his hero and understanding his hero matchup versus the Ursa, I actually like that item.
Getting sandwiched a little bit here now.
He got out just in the nick of time. We see it so much in Dota. These players have gotten so good. They feel that something is wrong and bam, he gets himself out.
That leaves always nothing. I mean, Yule's is good versus the Ursa, but unfortunately not versus Dark Willow. Makes it absolutely phenomenal for her to land whatever she wants on you. You're always going to come down in a bramble.
But if he uses the bramble, then you can lift yourself up. But yeah, I agree. You have the Kraken shell for that. It's not like you took it to purge yourself off. You took it to purge the Ursa. You took it to keep him away from
Yeah.
from teammates. Quick question. So they
Yes.
put it so that the nullifier does not purge through BKB any longer. Does the Yule purge through BKB? If you use the Yule on a BKB Ursa, do you take away his overpower?
For sure, it shouldn't be doing that anymore either. Then, but that's if they would be consistent.
If they would be consistent, which they're not. I'm gonna assume it does remove
I'm
it.
gonna
I
assume it
have to
does and
check
does
it after the
well.
game.
I don't think that is a weird thing to assume at all.
No, definitely. By Llama
And-
cosplaying a ward for a second.
And we're really getting this 4+1 distribution in several different combinations. They always seem to be rotating through who gets to go to the top lane and shove in that wave. Now it's Stoikov, or was Yuma before. And after that they're going to group up again, and they're hoping for the Roshan spawn, but it's going to take another minute.
They want to find the TA going through the portal, so again Stoikov is going to be reading the situation perfectly, understanding that they could be coming for his life, and he will not allow that to happen. He's not going for a BKB on the TA, and I think that could cost him in the long
Yes.
run. You're versus a Coil, you're versus the Tide. Tide Ravage and Solar Guardian, Magic Missile, all of those things can be very dangerous for you.
If they play the fights disciplined
Oh, he
though,
has a
and it's
BKB.
the Ursa that comes in first. Oh, yeah, he does actually. Okay, never mind. He just has absolutely ridiculous amounts of money. I could see a way where you're like, hey, we can keep on continuing to play this risky. You wait until the other assassin shows, and then you absolutely chuck her to pieces. But no, you don't have to.
The Ursa and the TA have their BKBs. TA wants an MKB, but there is an Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker. And until
Shadow's
you
gonna end up
get-
sandwiched.
They find him. He's waiting for the Ducalis. Okay, just kill my support. That's fine. The coil actually is going to be used, but that BKB is available. Buyback, they're thinking about fighting this. A very tough fight to go for, and Luna Galaxy, they just stand their ground.
Roll not available for a fight in the pit though, so yeah, Tickles are giving chase immediately. They do have the Ravage at the ready still, even if they did spend the coil. Might even have enough time to get that coil back off CD actually.
They have good vision there at the road, but they need to be dealing with the traps. Those traps are going to be a problem. Boom running in, the upheaval is already there, and now the Terrorize, Atlantic, nice dodge, threatening with the Ravage. The Vilama roll-up will be fine. Solar Guardian protecting them for the time being, but that's going to be no Solar Guardian right now. Kiddo coming forward. He will be using the Fatal Boss, but they bring down him. Now dropping the Golem onto Boom, and poor guy, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He doesn't want to use the Ravage. It would be a very bad choice to do so right now. Ursa going to be slowed down. They're trying to kite him as much as possible. Get their cores out alive. The Tidehunter won't be able to do so, and the chase is on Luna Galaxy. Now they found an opening, and they found a PA. The assassin is dead, getting a taste of her own medicine. How does it feel to get murdered yourself? And Ducalis, with his swaps, he has been saving his teammates long enough. Now he's just gonna be the fourth casualty. An easy fight for Luna Galaxy.
And you really have the luxury of just sitting there and waiting for whoever comes into us first, so that Solar Guardian does not retreat fast enough. We eat that first. Then the Tidehunter steps forward to follow up into the fight. We eat him second, and that Yuma, what? Yeah. What are you doing there? I mean, this is, if I had to characterize this Luna Galaxy lineup, I would say that they keep showing up further forward and more split than you think they have any right to get away with. Because they're already, they're doing Roche with the TA, right? At the meantime, Devi Lama is also pushing a tower, so surely they are not split in 3 groups right now. But yes, they are.
So, considering that we talked about Team Tickles heroes being food, how do you reckon a magical dragon tastes? Will it still be somebody tastes it and then they make a comparison? Oh, it tastes like chicken.
Yeah, no, like I would want something a little more exotic about it. You know how pineapple makes your mouth burn a little because the juices are digesting your mouth, like the pineapple's eating you back? I'd expect something like that.
Okay, so that's what's happening. Okay, next time around that I'm cutting the pineapple, I'm gonna be doing it even harder so that it cannot digest me back before I put it in my mouth. As 25,000 gold lead now, we're getting very close to that 1k per minute. As Luna Galaxy really have completely overtaken this game with an Aegis and the cheese in hand, should be able to end it.
They should, yes. I think they will be, as you can see by the position here, aiming to dive their way into a win.
He was baiting it. He was baiting it with a Ghost Scepter, and he's not going to be turning into a real Ghost Solar Guardian there. Maybe all of the misses are going to be enough. They really cannot hit him at all. But finally, he'll be taken down because he's going to be ran over by the Llama. The Ravage will be nice. Can they finish him off? Not with the cheese being used. The Tantic in a lot of trouble. He's being gobbled up by the Ursa. Is he going to be an exotic taste? We can ask Yuma after this game, after they completely destroyed Team Tickles, being mad after what has happened in the first game of this grand final.
Yeah, they're... I mean, Tickles is getting stepped on right now. That was a very bad way to start the fight for Luna Galaxy. Warlock gets swapped in, never actually gets a chaotic offering off. Don't know if he had it off CD, but I presume he did. But it doesn't matter. Shad was dodging hits like his life depended on it there, and he still doesn't actually get to turn anything. And they're still hitting both of your axes at the same time.
I felt like Floyd Mayweather in a ring with Tyson. You know, you can dodge him only so much. That one time when he catches you, you're dead. You're literally dead from one hit. And, well, Stoikov now continuing with the push without the Ravage. What will he do? Abyssal Blade does connect. They're doing so much AoE damage. Just going with the Side Blades and with the Battle Fury, destroying their opponents. The coil will be nice. Immediately broken by Yuma, but with the enrage, so it doesn't last for longer than half a second. And it's just impossible to fight Kips. Here comes the Llama. Stun on the puck. A couple of stuns as well. Now onto Boom, trying to run himself away. It is a complete slaughterhouse. And at the moment, we are just waiting for Team Tickles to admit defeat in this game too, and we are gonna be having ourselves a real grand finals, and it is currently a 1-1 between these two teams.
Yep, and we were thinking, okay, surely they've outdrafted themselves again, right? The gyrocopter, they got away with it for a while, but not for long enough. This was a little bit more of a conventional swap, and the lanes looked good, but surely they can't just snowball this game from the lanes. Yeah, they could. And
yeah, they could.
Bloodily too. Like, that's what I liked about the way they played.
Double crit.
Get him,
and
Shad.
there's an MKB on Stoikov though. He'll be stunned up by the Solar Guardian. Goes on the outside. Kidero, he does have his Ghost Scepter. They still are not giving up. You're not winning this one this easy. Yeah, we are. What the hell are you talking about? There's nothing you can do. The buyback from the PA. Not gonna be letting it go. Team Tickles want to show that it was a good thing to leave the team, but was it really? Stoikov still standing his ground. He has the Nagus for another minute and 20 seconds. Even if you kill him now, he's still gonna be able to fight Yuma. He is missing Shad a little bit, but he's still making him suffer, bringing in the pain. Dead for 90 seconds. Finally, the GG will be called. Narman is the one who accepts defeat from the side of Team Tickles, and they will give the rampage to Stoikov, the Macedonian player. He is gonna be on fire, and look at the Llama ready.
Yes.
Let's go. He's ready to ram down his enemies, and he does have that cow t-shirt there. Kips, this was one beautiful game for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, and this was exactly what they needed. Not just because, like, oh, it's the 1-1 and they equalize it, but we were worried that they were letting this grudge get to them a little bit, right? That they were going to be a little too emotional, a little bit too much fire in their veins to properly get their game done. But instead, they deliver a frankly terrifying performance where Team Tickles never get to say anything in this game. They never get to do anything in this game. The only kills that they got were kills that were calculated by Luna Galaxy. Like, yeah, you could kill us here, but we'll still come out ahead. So Tickles, drawing board, yeah, it's time.
It's time. You have to think about those lanes. You might think, oh, we have a better draft in the mid game, but how are you ever gonna get to that point with a reasonable lead or a reasonable deficit? That was never gonna happen, though. I don't think there's there's a such thing as too much emotion, Kips, especially in Dota. You can see how that emotion gave Luna Galaxy the power to come back into this grand finals. They were one game behind, not any longer. We will at least be watching 4 games, hopefully full 5, but we find that out after a break, so stay with us.
Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past You're looking for a helping hand. 2. You need a friendly face. 3. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. 1. You're looking for a helping hand. 2. You need a friendly face. 3. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another head now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha!
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Whenever I see that opening, the Marcy getting happy, it just gets me all relaxed. The thing is, Kips, we cannot be relaxed. Why? Because we're watching the best of 5 grand finals. We could be relaxed before this one, but here, when everything is gonna end for the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3, and for the 3rd time in this year, we're gonna be getting a team that's gonna be winning $22,000 and going to the 5-star hotel exclusive bootcamp at Malta. We just cannot keep the excitement back. But that beach, it really does suit me, but we're gonna fight through it. I'm Harry Freak, everybody, and currently it is 1-1 between Luna Galaxy and Team Tickles, a grudge match between former teammates that just played the TI qualifiers and they didn't make it there. Kips, what changed in game number 2 that it was so easy for them to equalize this?
I mean, that was definitely more of a snowball lineup, right? And also, they seem to commit if it's any possible, even harder to their own style of play. We saw them juggling the farm and who was playing active in the first map, but maybe they left the Violama out of that a little bit because his itemization wasn't exactly optimal. It was mostly Stoikov and Huma doing that, but now when they're handing it over between three, and they started off the laning stage with just 1,000 gold advantage because of that phenomenal bait by the Violama at the root spot, I think this was exactly the way that Luna Galaxy wants to play. And if you're Team Tickles, you need to find a way to somehow throw a wrench into those plans.
Let's we're not going to be throwing wrenches, but we are going to be throwing it to the draft. The game number 3 draft has started. Let's get into it and see what they have in store. There we are. Team Tickles, well, they are going to be storing up the Keeper Light in the bans department, so Luna Galaxy will not be getting that. They did look okay with it yesterday, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's where they played it, or maybe a day before.
Was it them? I remember Luna Galaxy playing support Kotal.
Yep, with a offlane Shaker versus Navi, and they completely crushed that one.
No Kotals for Tickles.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing versus that. Again, the Kunkka does get banned out. Do you ban out the Tide, though? You have already shown that you can beat it, especially with an Ursa who is not that well established in the current meta. I think the main reason is the cornucopia is so expensive, and then you do not get that region in lane, thus you're not as powerful. But, well, Yuma has shown that he doesn't really need it to be that laning beast that we all know the Ursa can be.
Yeah, and of course, we are so busy with chasing after the kills again, and we don't know how much of that is down to him just getting fed all of the region and all of the help that he needed from his Warlock there. But we could take a look if we get a repeat. I don't think Luna Galaxy is about to repeat, though. They already banned out the Pango here. I wonder if we're going to see... No, it's the Shaker. So once again, the ads Kunkka rated as a bigger problem than the ads Invoker.
Okay. His Invoker is hard to deal with. It is not a hero that you can pick a TA against and just win the lane just like that. Because we have seen Invokers win versus a Templar Assassin, or at least stay relevant in terms of CS, stay even, and be okay in the later portions of the game.
Yeah, which is not really a thing that used to happen. That said, TA yourself also banned out, and this is one of those things that I like about like full best of fives. Like normally this would already be the decider match, the best of 3, right? And this is kind of where the meta of this matchup and the knowledge of these two teams against each other stops developing. It's the last draft right here. But instead, we have at least one more map to go after this, and that means that you really get to pick and choose. Do I ban the meta? Do I ban signatures? And what do I secure for myself? Am I still confident with this after I lost with it, for example? And Team Tickles pick up the Brewmaster immediately. First pick off lane has been a rarity in this series, and I think for both of these teams, actually.
That means no Boom Tide. They've beaten it, Luna Galaxy. It's not going to be coming out any longer. I really do like the TA ban, however, because Luna Galaxy, especially with the flexibility that they have shown, with Stoikov being a beast on the hero as well, it is a problem playing versus that hero, because you always have to think about what could happen next. Where could they put it? Yuma is already a big enough issue, and then it can be swapped out for something else. So I like that ban. Brewmaster pick, I mean, I'm okay with it. I think it is a first pick worthy hero, though I don't know if they're going to be able to utilize it properly versus Luna Galaxy, who with this Nature's Prophet, it kind of is dragging me to an idea that Luna Galaxy just want the lanes to be very strong for them.
Very possible. The Warlock pick is, of course, also barred off by the Brewmaster. The AoE Dispel still very powerful versus that hero indeed. So if you want to open up with another support here, your choices were, all right, if we make this easy on ourselves, we pick meta stuff. This is either the NP or the Venge. And Venge, I think she's been struggling so much that I wonder if we're going to see her prioritized or even picked for the rest of the series at all.
The hero just hasn't been looking that great for some of these directly invited teams into the deciders. I can't put my finger on it. What's the problem? But there is definitely something lacking. I I'm starting to believe that every single one of these teams that got directly invited, they don't really like to play pokey type of lineups. They just want to jump in and kill somebody. And well, it seems like with the Venge, even though she should be able to save from that, burst damage is sometimes way too much.
Yeah, I've also seen most of these teams have several layers of engagement where the first one jumps on somebody, that person gets saved, and the second one just jumps deeper. I've seen it with the Timber Saw, I've seen it with an Earthshaker. There's several ways in which these teams have just said, okay, cool, we just engage harder then. Like, you don't have a second swap. This was it. Where are you going to run?
Where are you gonna run? What are you gonna do? And running away, it is just a sign of weakness, right, Kips? You always stand your ground. You fight 1 versus 30. Doesn't matter. We all know how Spartans fought until their death, and only because they had a traitor in their ranks did they lose. So, Luna Galaxy, they have separated with three players. So I'm guessing that currently everybody on their side is 100% in it, and same is true for Team Tickles as well, right?
Mm-hmm. And Naga Siren getting removed here. There's a little respect being put on Shad's name there, as well as the Naga just being
Yep.
very annoying. I think the map split push and especially also the song as a reset work very much against this idea of Luna Galaxy, where they shove one wave, run at you again, shove one wave, run at you again. Naga makes them work way too hard to get those waves back, and way too little return on investment whenever they do find her.
It really is a tough hero to play against. Even when you're ahead, you can very, very easily lose, which was shown in the first game. Even though you could say, oh, it wasn't the Naga Siren, it was the Naga Siren that was keeping him in the game constantly with the sleeps, with the shoves out, and created the space for that late game combo to really kick in. Luna Galaxy with the Skywrath Mage, Nature's Prophet Skywrath Mage, Team Tickles, they are gonna be needing 4 staffs for sure to get themselves out of the Sprout Mystic Flare, because that can hurt like hell. Speaking of, there's the Summoner.
And still the Vengeful Spirit. Okay. So still very much a... How often have we seen the Skywrath Mage versus the Venge now in this tournament? I think I've personally seen it 2 times in 3 days. That's not a lot, but weird that it happened.
I think this is the 3rd time that we're seeing it, you and me casting. And this is our 4th day of casting together, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it is what it is. We're creating stories here, left and right. The falling out of teammates, the fallout of lovers. It is just a series that has so much behind it than only the prizes that we are giving away, which they're even more amazing than all of these grudges that these guys are holding.
It would be nice if, like, Tickles wins one of these and Luna Galaxy wins the other, and then they can both go to Malta at the same time and just lounge by the beach together. That would be nice.
Okay, if you say so. I don't know if that would be the smartest idea, but who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe it will all be ending in hugs and just enjoying the beach. The other way it could be ending is not the one that we're gonna be talking about right now, as there will be a Puck and a Sven. I really like this, though, a classic that has been popular since forever, since Dota 1 days. These 2 heroes always worked well together.
Absolutely, and the internal synergy of this lineup is once again very apparent, right? You get a lot of reach and catch with the NP and the Puck, and a lot of follow-up burst damage with the Skywrath Mage and the Sven. And boy, oh boy, would Luna Galaxy like to plonk a nice juicy Darkseer right on top of this. And I don't think they're going to be getting that.
Probably not. Though, then again, I'm always a bigger fan of a stun with the Skywrath Mage, just so that his Mystic Flare can kill somebody. But I get your point. I would love a Darkseer. The 3 cores, Puck, Sven, Darkseer, have been working really well together in this tournament. And when there's a meta, when all 3 of those are viable, that's always going to be something that you're going to be looking to get. Medusa on Team Tickles. Now that's gonna force out the Darkseer ban 100%. Yeah, look at that instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they were never going to get that, even if this was, I don't know, but literally anything else. a CK, whatever. Doesn't matter. No Darkseer for you.
Okay. So Darkseer is taken out. I'm thinking now Luna Galaxy. You remember that Underlord that you mentioned in the previous game? This is an Underlord game. Something that reduces the Medusa damage. If you look at Team Tickles, you reduce the damage of the Medusa. There is nobody to bring it at the moment.
Yep, and in general, I feel like their mid laner is going to have to bring a ton of damage to the table in order to make up for the fact that there's not really that much damage on their support. And Brewmaster, only his first couple of ults hit really hard, and after that, he's mostly utility and control. And you can see that Luna Galaxy already taken out the Ember Spirit, which is the one that I think fits the most perfectly into this draft here.
Yeah, the spirit hero that doesn't have to commit for a kill, for sure.
Yeah.
That's the best one, because the Puck and the Scarlet Mage kill any other one super easy. So those other ones are not a problem. The Queen of Pain is not a problem. And if you go for a hero like a Dragonite, which will win the lane versus the Puck, but later on down the line, first of all, it's killable with all the magical damage that Luna Galaxy does have. And Primal Beast, perfect ban. I think Luna Galaxy hit it on the head here with the heroes that they removed.
Absolutely. They got out the two that do the most with just levels here. And especially that Primal Beast, you want damage, you want mobility, he can give it all to you, and he does not really care about anything that Luna Galaxy can throw at him, would have just all bounced right off of him. So, Team Tickles, is there anything left that has the same kind of flavor? I think would certainly be damage and tempo.
It's damage to kill the Scarlet Mage and the Nature's Prophet. You purge off the war cry from everybody. You're not good at catching the Puck, however, and I think that is currently one of the biggest issues that Team Tickles are dealing with their lineup, but I wouldn't hate it. I think it can deal with everybody else, and you leave Puck for last, or just ignore him.
It is probably the best possible choice they've left in the pool.
Spirit. Well, I guess you can buy an early BKB. You have to buy an early BKB in this game. Blade Mail BKB, I think, is the way to go. If he goes greedy with the Sanjin Kai, I think that can be game losing.
Yep, and I feel like we have seen a lineup with these exact two cores, the Brewmaster and the Earth Spirit, fall off in damage and struggle immensely before. Like this exact what? Luna Galaxy.
Sven?
You can't keep doing this.
Okay, so I have only one theory right now. First I thought that they just wanted to play something different because they had a respect for their opponents and their strength. Now I'm thinking they want to play something different to show them that they're better. Like, look at it. We play an offlane Slark. Like, what would happen if I would really play my heroes?
They're really just flexing and daring Team Tickles to like flex back at them. Like this is, I understand. Team Tickles ban out the anti-mage. You used to play offlane anti-mage into the Medusa. She has a trap game. She has a difficult lane as well. And you're going to build a Slark to try and do the same and just always keep the pressure up onto this Medusa, which is, to be fair, the only core that will actually deal damage once this game goes any longer. The question is, are you getting a long game now that your offlaner is strictly meant to shut down their carry and you have the impressive team fight of an Earth Spirit as well as a Brewmaster to deal with?
I just don't know what to expect from the Slark. I just don't want him to go for I don't know, super greedy. Just get that Diffusal Blade and fight. That is how I feel. Though his laning phase isn't gonna be easy versus the Medusa, as he will be not being able to get on top of him. But let's see how he plays that lane. Let's see what he does. We get ourselves into the game.
Just when we thought they were channeling that power correctly, there is some wild stuff at work in the veins of Luna Galaxy right now.
Okay, hear me out. What about a Vanguard Pipe Shard Slark? How does that sound?
Yeah, that's a little too far to the other side. I was thinking he might actually want to build the Vanguard. No, I'm seeing double Wraith Band queued up currently, so armor, and then if you like buy drums or something, my man, I
We mentioned Elizabethan, right? There is also
Yeah.
Kipsian English. That is when she doesn't want to offend me and tell me, Harry, your ideas are dumb. Like, please stop suggesting stupid item choices for an offlane Slark. So yeah, just wanted to give the the translation there to the viewers.
I mean, you're right, but you shouldn't say it.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna be translating it every single time. No problem, Kips, whatsoever. I respect your opinion, right? As you do not respect mine, as my opinion really there wasn't the one that should be respected. But let's find out. We'll see what he goes for. The drums would be a pretty cool approach. Drums, the Fusel Blade is something that is viable, that I wouldn't hate to see. Talk to me about the mid lane though. Stoikov versus Atlantic, especially with Stoikov now getting the rampage in the previous game, so he's the one with the momentum.
He's the one with the mental momentum for sure, yes. And as far as ads goes, like I feel like I've seen him do really well on the Kunkka and the Invoker, which is that Kidaro, chill.
No, he's not chilling. He's killing a hero. He's killing a courier, and they're continuing with their onslaught from the previous game. They don't want to stop.
No. Hey, listen, guys, what I said to Harry in the break was, I'm not sure how you can stop Luna Galaxy when they're playing this fast, because I don't think I've seen a faster team than this so far. And it's risky because they could be wasting a lot of time trying to kill people, right? But they keep on murdering because nobody expects them to show up this fast.
Yeah, they're everywhere. You're thinking, oh, they're just somebody died on the bottom lane. Fine, I have 3 seconds. No, my friend, you have half a second. And while you were thinking about those 3 seconds, you have already lost them, and now you have lost your life as well. Top lane, do you think that the Lama will have a decent time in terms of CS at least?
No.
Okay.
Shad's going to hit level 3, and then the Lama is going to have to pounce away every single time, and if you do that too late, the snake follows you anyway. It's garbage.
Okay. So maybe some sidestep, some amazing sidestep, or a run onto Ducalis like this. He's just gonna get smacked.
Yeah, like you don't get to step into the lane right now already because of this, and you're not very tanky. You're a Slark. Hey, you're gonna have to purge that, and that still costs you HP. Like, what's the math? I'm not gonna do it for him. It's his problem. He got himself into this situation. He can math himself out.
Okay, that's a good one. So for all you guys who are still going to school, when your teacher gives you a math problem, I'm not gonna solve that for you. You've got yourself into this problem, into this teaching problem. So you're the one that should go for it.
These are the kinds of things you can say when you're 31, not 13.
True. Not fair, not fair for sure. That's what the 13-year-old me would be telling Kips right now. But Chad is actually losing a solid amount of mana here in the top lane, and he has the Ring of Basilius. We already talked about it. The poor man's Ring of Health. If you're a Medusa, he doesn't have the Quelling Blade. Chad, what the hell? You have to have a Quelling Blade. His mana is gone. His HP is still there. They need more hits. Kiddo not gonna be able to do it. They were just baiting in Davai Lama with the blood grenade. They'll get the kill. Shad sends in the Mystic Snake to get a kill. Of course, in the end, it's gonna be Narman that gets it. And I don't know, it's a Medusa, you're a carry, you're okay buying a Quelling Blade, and he still skips it, almost dies because of it. Now he has bought it, finally.
Exactly. That was way too close for comfort, my god. And he's just going to die to the creeps here.
It's 26 seconds.
Yeah. That gives the Lama level 3, at least.
Some time for sure. We'll see if Ducalis can maybe save those creep waves, but overall the Medusa 15-7, he is winning the lane. He's not feeling uncomfortable unless he loses a full wave, which I think that Ducalis is not going to allow to happen. This isn't going to be too bad for him.
I just wonder if Kadara is going to go right back to top now that everybody is back there and they're going to try and see if they can kill the Medusa again. Now, I don't see Luna Galaxy stopping at one attempt right now, though.
As well, Kidaro, he's dying on a different side of the map, and not even close. Easy, no sweat whatsoever.
Yeah, water rune secured. And a little bit of a level advantage for Stoikov as well. So I was expecting this to be a 50-50. The puck can dodge most of the things that the Earth Spirit can throw at it. Of course, eventually both of them have kill threat. The puck's going to need extra damage to kill the Earth Spirit for sure, though.
It's Antic rolling towards the bottom lane. He wants to steal the bounty rune and will be able to do so. The puck is winning the lane, not by a lot, but there is a difference in his favor. Yuma has been left all alone. The Cinder Brew does connect. Sven does look like the guy who can hold his liquor, and he seems to be the case. He still should be fine here in bottom. Narman, of course, being as big of a nuisance as he can be.
Yeah, Yuma has been more or less left to his own devices on this bottom lane, with Kadaro going every which way. So I'm actually surprised that he hasn't struggled that much yet, but the struggle will absolutely get bigger and bigger as his enemies are now certainly out-leveling him.
When you said more or less, I heard moralist, and I'm like, why is where did Yuma's morals go? What did he do to deserve this? But okay, it was just my hearing, not being in a good spot. We only have one kill on each side. The slowest start to the game that we've had so far in the grand finals. Both of the teams were very eager to get kills. Now we're seeing a bit of a slower approach and less tension, I'd say.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think part of it is definitely that the attempt on Chad's life failed and the Llama doesn't have the confidence to go for it. We're trying for the kill on ads. He's tanky. He's waiting.
He's very tanky. There's the size, the orb, and Zantic. One more hit. He's running himself away. He's fine. Stoikov, he needed one more hit. He's never gonna get it. Kidero going for the sprout. He's standing his ground. He's not an easy target to bring out. He's so slow. He's just surviving now. It will be the kick that comes over. Actually, just a little bit too short, but Kalis has the right click damage to get the kill. Stoikov will secure the first power when it's gonna be a DD, and immediately the Warlock needs to run. Too close for comfort for Team Tickles. In the end, it is a 1-for-1.
Definitely also disappointing once again, much like the one hit for the kill on the Medusa there, where the Llama does press it advantage and the rest of the supports are gone. Also on mid lane, one hit off of that kill, and they don't even get to bring a catapult on their tower. That one already died.
Llama is dead. He has the healing Lotus, but he doesn't have a pounce for quite some time. As for stick charges, very soon he'll be taking out a couple more hits. Actually, what was that TP? That was the worst TP that I've ever seen, I have to say. And now he won't have a way to come back into the lane. That is a complete disaster for him. But at least they do secure the enemy's Wisdom Rune, and Theolicor will make sure that they secure their own. Atlantic not fast enough. So despite the Slark dying, it is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, once again returning to the tradition that they have here of getting something on the other lanes while someone is trying literally anything, good or bad. But that's... I have made several faces now throughout this game, kind of hoping that production has saved, because you guys are missing out on some prime meme material here.
Yeah. Misclicks happen, but they still leave us baffled when they matter so much. And boom, coming for Kidero, collapse the ground, and then collapse Kidero as well. 1, 2, 3, and a couple of more. He'll be able to get a kill. Actually, Yuma comes over. There will be a split. Sven trying to cleave through all of the Brewlings as Kidero is running away into the trees. Protect me, brothers. Protect me, nature. And nature will protect the prophet. Now turning around, trying to kill all of the Brewlings. They did bring down 2 of them, but 2 of them still alive. Now, poor Brewmaster is going to be all alone. No more friends to work with. He just breaks the coil, and Narman will be coming over. I'll be your friend. Now Stoikov gonna be stunned up. Roll ready from Atlantic, but he still needs to get closer. Stoikov goes onto the side. Atlantic will try to connect with the roll a little bit too far away. The kick dodged beautifully by Stoikov, not gonna be caught by it, and the puck will survive.
He will survive, but yeah, Yuma's going to have to bail from this bottom lane. I don't see any way to
Llama dead again.
Stay here.
Poor guy.
This is my surprised face.
Okay, he was so close to level 6 this time around, and no mistakes of using a TP, so he'll be able to get towards it. Kidero, on the other hand, now Luna Galaxy are dropping the ball on a couple of sides here on the map and just dropping heroes as well. So Team Tickles, they find their openings, they bring down a couple, and finally now they're a little bit ahead in net worth, but the experience, they're gonna be happy with it, as well as they need to take it back after what happened with the wisdom runes.
At the very least, Stoikov has a good game here, so we are going to continue to see that puck play up.
Yeah, he needs the Witchblade. He went for the Parchets and also has the Fairy's Trinket, so pretty much as good as it can get when it comes to neutral items for the puck. Once he has the Witchblade, that's when you have kill potential for Luna Galaxy. So he didn't rush it. He wanted to be a little bit stronger, did allow him to survive, because without the boots, it is a question if he would have gotten out alive. And I think this puck is actually going to be a problem in the later portions of the game. He's at the top.
He is, and they have very few tools to take him down at all. Everything has a casting animation, everything has a certain trajectory that the puck can use to get his reactions ready. So this is... Playing for Stoikov here is one of the easiest ways to continue this game now as Luna Galaxy. As for Tickles, Xanthic's doing well. He's going to get that Spirit Vessel pretty soon already, and that is going to be a major source of damage and irritation, especially for an unsuspecting Slark who... Well, the Slark has one job. We're going to have to see how relevant that is.
Now we'll see if it really is going to be that relevant, though. Usually when the Slark is a carry, a lot of people do focus on him inside of a fight. Now when he's not, Kips, is the Llama gonna have a little bit more freedom than that of a carry Slark?
I'm not sure. He also feels like one of the easiest opening kills, right? The guy, much like we saw with the Gyrocopter, a lot of net worth has been invested in him, but he doesn't actually have the levels or the defensive capabilities that you'd want on a hero like this. So he's a very good value proposition to kill first, and they are coming for him right now.
Yeah, once again, this time around it's going to be a little bit
Yes,
tougher.
on the mark.
His ulti, he got the Dark Pact off. There's the ulti, and will be able to run himself away. The silence was on the Vengeful Spirit, Silence Woman. You know, that's what the Skywrath Mage said there, and for now she's gonna have to abide. Bottom lane, the split has been used, and the Golem will be dropped as well. Turning around to the Sven, he's gonna have to stand his ground and fight, and let's see how much those cleaves are gonna hurt. They hurt so much, and they bring down Boom. Now the magnetize onto all of them. Yuma is still gonna be swinging. This guy is not gonna go down just like that. He's gonna go down swinging. He's not gonna go down at all, because he just shows his strength, shows his muscles, and Team Tickles have nothing to stop him from killing all of them. Just an amazing turnaround from Luna Galaxy, and Team Tickles lacking that little one bit of damage to finish off the Sven and then everybody else.
Yeah, and that was pretty early to run into that problem, I have to say. Earth Spirit showing up a little late. If he gets to drop a couple more stones down there, I do think that he gets a triple kill. But if he makes it out himself, has always been the question.
He didn't make it out, and that's two big ultis that Team Tickles have used. That is a problem now. It's going to be easier for Luna Galaxy to defend towers. It's going to be easier for them to go for aggressive plays. They know that their enemies have nothing to threaten them with, nothing to fight them with, and they're also ahead.
Yep. Some very nice freedom for them to do whatever they want, and they could just be farming up. The puck has the Witchblade now, but it's already 1,000 gold towards a potential Blink Dagger, towards anything else that you might want. I think it's just going to be a Blink.
Yeah, I don't think you get anything else. Are you maybe afraid of the Silence of the Earth Spirit? That's not something he's going to be maxing out early. He should probably be able to survive 2 seconds of the Silence either way. So yeah, the Blink has to be the choice. And yeah, Stoikov has already put it in quick buy.
You can always go for the SNK after. Get yourself towards the Octarine that way. The Llama is going to be finishing the Diffusal Blade pretty much on this creep wave. And then I'm guessing that he's just going to be hunting for the Medusa, taking down a bunch of wards, and in general thank his lucky stars that he is in charge of the team and he gets to actually do this.
And it's gonna be very cool, because even if they would kill him, he is still slowing down the Medusa's farm, and that's gonna allow the Sven to be at the top. And both Medusa and the Sven are timing-based heroes, and I'm guessing Medusa versus the Sven should be considered A better matchup for
Kidaro?
the Medusa. Ah, poor Kidaro. He's just dead. I guess when a Xantic finds an isolated support, it's always gonna end this way.
Yeah, I really should not have been out there by his lonesome, but
He tried.
calculated.
It was close to getting the Wisdom Rune. If you take away every single Wisdom Rune from your enemies in the first 14 minutes, it really does hinder their ability to have their levels. Poor Vengeful Spirit, not even level 8.
Dalai Lama shows up to the bottom lane with a Diffusal Intel. I'm very curious to see how much he does to Boom here.
Well,
Forces that
he is
split.
doing quite a lot as well, and he has the mana to survive. Stick charges at the ready. Help is coming from the other side. Kidro will be there. Golem gets dropped. Slark is completely fine. They're going into the backlines. The coil has been used, and Narman already dead. Stoico goes to the other side. They roll in from a Xantic, still not on top of anybody. The Lama still has his ulti. The stun connecting onto the Brewmaster, going in.
That's a hard
There's the
connect.
connection from a Xantic. Now the only question is, can he get himself away? This time around, the Magnetize will be continuing as he's not gonna die. Stoico turned into stone there as the stone gaze did keep him away for the time being. Silence on a Xantic. It will be expiring. Stoikov gets another one in, and here comes the Lama with the slows and the leash. He will be able to finish him off. He won't be able to roll away. The turnaround is coming. You didn't kill us when you had the chance. Now it's our time to shine, as the Drunken Brawler can only allow you to live long enough, but it is not gonna be enough to survive of the onslaught of Luna Galaxy. You have lost only one hero, and again it's gonna be ultis used and you losing a fight convincingly.
And a stack stolen. Why not? Yuma moving forward into the enemy camp, mopping up some ancients and getting a tower. And it's, well, I guess this is why the Slark does feel good to play here, because they have a problem with bringing down this puck, right? But the same goes for the Slark. They dropped so much on his head right there, concentrating themselves around the middle of that lane to try and get themselves this opening kill. This very tempting opening kill as Brewmaster,
And the bonus
doesn't really get to bring him down at all.
They found Narman, has the Quelling Blade. The ulti was used. Nature's Wrath will be connecting. Narman is low. Yuma, he doesn't seem like he wants to stop. He never wants to stop until you are dead, and they're just giving those agility charges to the Slark, who will be kicked back there. Narman will be going down in the base there to the Arcane Bolt. He removes the Spirit's Vessel on the Slark, and now you're a little bit too deep. The Mystic Flare just doing so much damage. The Holy Core destroys him, and boom, he's caught inside of a coil. Again, they're missing. He will break the coil, but finally they will be able to get enough hits in to get the kill. 3 heroes dead, make it 4. We count the Warlock earlier on. That was one of the longest chases ever, Kips, but a very successful one again for Luna.
And it took them snaking from the bottom lane through the enemy triangle up into their main jungle, and now whoop, back with 3 cores on 3 lanes.
Looking easy. It's looking very easy. I'm not gonna lie.
With an off-lane Slark who struggled.
Doesn't look like he's struggling any longer, though.
No. So I'm starting to wonder what exactly they teach in Belgian schools, because, you know, the Dutch have a habit of making jokes about the Belgians being dumb. But right now, I feel like the stupid one, because clearly the Violam is onto something.
Really? Do your two countries not like each other, or is it just a friendly poke?
This is a bit of a friendly rivalry.
Okay, that's cool. Like, we are having a friendly rivalry, you dumb guys. The Medusa losing some mana. They're just poking. They're forcing out TPs, and there's not gonna be anybody dropping down Luna Galaxy. Just making sure the Team Tickles don't have a single moment where they feel safe on the map.
And the Vailama is just chasing down literally whoever he wants. That's half his health, but he doesn't care. Where's the AoE damage exactly?
A little bit too deep. He's finishing him off. The Stone Gaze was used. Medusa super low. He will be turning the Slark into stone, though. So the Lama finally falls, but he did take down the enemy carry, and his own carry is the guy that goes into the backline, slaughters the support. And Xantic, you will be next. Your rolls will only slow down the inevitable, and that's your death. And poor Boom, all alone. We're gonna make sure that you go home to your friends right now. A triple double for Luna Galaxy, triple for Stoikov, double for Yuma, and we know who set it all up. The genius behind the off-lane Slark, the Vailama himself.
Yeah, and it's incredible how much he does by dying in the right places. We saw the bait with the Pangolier in the previous game, making the triple kill start happen. And now here as well, he just knows that it's his job to get the reactions, get this team fight to concentrate around him, and then the AoE of his own team does the rest. You bring in the coil, you're bringing in a Sven, and the Sven really, he can see everything, everybody. He has them, he can pick out whoever he wants, taking groceries off the shelf.
Yeah, you die now, you're next now as well, and then boom, he's the only thing left. When there's nothing else, you eat what you have in your fridge, and this time around it was a brewmaster. 18-8. This is what we were talking about in the first game. The team Tickles, they need a good start because Luna Galaxy could get themselves into a roll and just win a series 3-0, and this is that roll. I don't know if Team Tickles have what it takes to stop it.
I don't know either, and whatever resources they did have are getting taken out of their hands. They weren't supposed to have the mid-game superiority. Look at that mid-game superiority getting smashed.
Yeah, they're looking very much superiorly dead from every fight that is happening on the map. It's just looking easy at the moment. The Sven doesn't even need to use his BKB to win these fights. Coming into it, his BKB is still on 9 seconds, and this Slark, it doesn't even have the Aghanims just yet.
You thought that Yuma was mid? Have you learned nothing from this series?
Oh, yeah. He's too
Forced
fast.
the split.
He will be lifted up into the air, and boom, he didn't want to do it. Turns around on Kidaro. Maybe he can take half of his HP, right? That's the most you can do, and Yuma is running away. He's just disrespecting Boom, allowing Kidaro to get the kill, the one that got targeted. This is just insane how much they are disrespecting Team Tickles and still getting away with it.
I just can't see these icons getting close, and there's pings again as well. The Violama, Criticize of the Palace.
And the golem will be dropped immediately as he knows that he's going to be going down super fast. The Silence did connect on him. This is a little bit dangerous. He bounces away. Will have the Dark Pack to remove the Spirit Vessel and get himself into a safe position for now.
Yeah, and the gamble that you make there, right, is you have no information about the rest of the team. So you engage on the Warlock, and by engaging, you find out if the entire team is there, and the backup is not necessary, or if you're getting a pick-off. And right now, as is going on to Yuma, backup's coming in, but... No!
That hurts.
No.
The Sven is just fighting against turned to stone, but this statue is now gonna be coming to life and running away. Seems that Yuma doesn't want to fight. He does have the Glimmer Cape protecting him. The sentry is there, so they will be able to find him. No, it's here finally is the Violama to take away all of that man. Upheaval has slowed him down, but Shad will be slowed down by the Diffusal Blade and will be taken down in the end. Poor Warlock, the only one left in this world, and not for long. We have seen so many times Luna Galaxy being such nice guys and connecting everybody from Team Tickles, and you're gonna be together again in your fountain with your team.
Once again, and that's really just all made possible by the fact that the Violama takes, I don't want to say a wrong fight on bot, but a fight that could end up wrong. But he did get a lot of information from that, so that allows his team to overposition on top, as long as he makes sure to immediately run top. And that's exactly what he does. Sure, they trade Yuma away now. That is a decent amount of gold into enemy hands, but not when you just mop up the fight afterwards anyway, and you just keep on handing these advantages to each other by being prepared to overposition because you know they're going to back you up. And that's...
Shad got the Yuma kill though, and he has a butterfly, so it's big. But let's talk honestly here. How much does the butterfly and the Medusa in this kind of a situation change, really?
I mean, they could just leave her to last.
Okay.
They can literally just leave her to last if it comes to that.
Ooh, Skyreth Mage. Almost dying to the Tormentor. Kidaro, he's the one that gets the shard, so Curse of the Old Growth now will be available. For people that don't know, you use it on an enemy. You see him when he is in the trees. The more trees around him, the more damage he's taking. So it is a pretty cool shard, especially when a hero is trying to juke in the side of a jungle or something, run away from a Slark or a Sven. Just not gonna be possible any longer.
It is the anti-juke, and it really enables this playstyle where you TP far out in front of the rest of your team and you try to find somebody.
And that's a deny on the tower, meaning that poor Team Tickles, they cannot catch a break, they cannot get any gold into their pockets. They would just want something, but these guys on Luna Galaxy, too greedy, not giving them anything. At least Narman will be having a shard, so now the double magic missile will be available in fights. That is an item that I always see as potentially game-changing. Not in this game.
No, not in this game. They're really not going to be too close together at all over on Luna Galaxy. A bounce not very likely to hit on anybody you want to hit. The Slark doesn't care, the Puck doesn't care. The Violama just finished off
The Axe.
his Mage Slayer.
And the Mage Slayer. Okay, he has everything. He now doesn't die. Sven also has an MKB, so goodbye Butterfly. He intentionally died to the Medusa to give him gold for the Butterfly to counter it 2 minutes later. Very nice play from him.
You know what? Yeah, sure, I buy that. They've been next leveling at every single turn. And I mean, how much did the Butterfly do anyway when there's a full Heaven's Halberd on Kidaro?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh,
They're
but
gonna be
Boom has
taking
Radiance. Boom has Radiance. That's hype.
Okay, let's go. He's
Not
gonna
for
be
ZMKB,
radiating
but-
heat. The hype is that the Sven also has the MKB, so that's a problem.
Yeah.
Our observer, he removed the net worth because this is still a family-friendly stream, and he doesn't want to be showing it there. No, the gold.
It's
It is?
PG-13. I'm saving my F-bomb for like when
For
the
a good
ancient
moment.
explodes. I think my one
Okay.
unwanted.
I'm still sure the Team Tickles have fans that will be going to the Pinnacle.gg website and betting on them still in this series, though it is looking like Luna Galaxy are stronger, of course. As we mentioned, family-friendly stream, Pinnacle.gg, only for those of you that are 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly. Don't put in more than you are willing to spend as this game continues. And Luna Galaxy, they're so rich they can spend money, throw it away, and still be ahead over Team Tickles in this one. Now they will be getting themselves a Roche and Aegis and will be ready to maybe start chopping on that high ground.
And once again, only a couple of people in the pit. The rest of them securing a rune, for example, for Stoikov, who's going to be playing the next fight with an Arcane KNS Witchblade, full Octarine core. What a monster this guy has been.
He's a monster, really. We'll see if he'll be getting a rampage in this game as well. He has already achieved a triple kill. Maybe a rampage is hidden somewhere there. He's level 20 as well on the puck, level 21 on Yuma. They've gotten their talents, -4 seconds on the Waning Rift. On the other side, 10 plus armor on his Warcry. It is very easy for Luna Galaxy to play Dota right now. Even if they make like debilitating mistakes in some other game, which would be debilitating mistakes in some other games, in this one we might not even notice them.
It's entirely possible. They're certainly very tanky right now, and the damage of Team Tickles is so limited. They went all in on that mid-game team fight, came up with absolutely nothing, and are now leaning on Shad to, by the grace of God, get something up, anything. He's gonna go for an MKB, and that has to do it. That has to kill most of Luna Galaxy.
We'll see what he can do. Speaking about killing, it's not gonna be Luna Galaxy heroes that die. It is gonna be again a hero on the side of Team Tickles. Boom will be the one on the menu. His Radiance not gonna be happening in wide bit, and there's the mid lane. Immediately breaks the coil. Stoikov doesn't want to go forward. He was all alone, just wanted to check where the enemies are. Guys, they're in their base. The cowards are turtling, and let's see if that shell will be broken. There is definitely some power behind Luna Galaxy, so they can most definitely try.
Look at how they're all just sweeping over towards the right side of the map now. Just taking everything away there as well. Farming up some Ancients. And Yuma now on the... They're on 3 lanes again.
Yep.
Coach, they're on 3 lanes again.
Laning
This is
phase,
not allowed.
28 minutes in. It should not be allowed. Well, it is. When you're this far ahead, you can do whatever you want. Actually, now the
Princess
chance
swap.
being used, going on to Yuma. He still has an Aegis. He is baiting. He wanted this to happen. He's baiting him even more. The Slarky in the backlines, trying to finish people off. Looking towards the Xanthic, who will be able to roll himself away. Again, surviving on a sliver of an HP. Puck dropping low as well. Sven hasn't lost his Aegis just yet. Kidaro in a little bit of a pickle. And he will be taken down. So it is a 1-4-0. Team Tickles not letting it go just yet. They're keeping themselves in the game. They didn't use the golem either, but they did use 4 of their other ultis, so not really a lot to fight with at the moment.
Yeah, and Yuma just got himself a double damage rune. All he needs to do is get some regen, presumably hand it to him. Yeah, there we go. And but the entire enemy team shows up.
Oh, let's see. Is he afraid? Again, a swap. He's definitely not enjoying that. In the back line, Ducalis dropped down. He's the only one that had the ulti, so he's immediately going to be buying back. He knows that his team needs it. The Slark has the ulti, goes for the Shadow Dance, dancing around the enemies. Now they're turning around onto Shad. Can they finish off the snake? Can they cut off the head before he turns them all to stone? The golem does drop. Ducalis is back in this fight. Yes, we did want you to die back. We needed more gold. 5 heroes is not enough. We want to kill 6. Stoikov is beyond godlike in the backlines, killing everybody who's maybe trying to assist this Ducalis Warlock to escape. And again, in just 30 minutes, they will be banging, no, crashing through the door of the Team Tickles base.
I legitimately don't know what Team Tickles could do in this game whatsoever.
This is the analyst I'm stuck with. Of course, I'm kidding, Kips. The thing is that there is nothing they can do. Currently, it is most likely using this time to discuss what they're going to be doing in the next game. Because if you are trying to win this one, you're just annoying yourselves. There's just no way.
Yeah, like you can use this to find out more information and learn more of how they're playing. Certainly, to me, this has been the clearest showcase of why what Luna Galaxy are doing works, but it is a lot harder to see how they're punching you when you're the one being punched in the face instead of the the woman standing ringside commentating it all. It's you got to have a coach, you got to have a team that's doing that for you, and this is the last lesson that you're going to get before the final exam.
Yeah, the final exam will be the next game where you have to win, or you're not gonna be enjoying the beaches of Malta. Of course, the second place in this tournament does get, I think, $10,000 if I'm not mistaken, and that is a pretty hefty price for sure. But of course, you would want more, double that, plus 2,000 on top. A lot to celebrate with, a lot to spend once you go to that 5-star boot camp. When you're in a 5-star hotel, you don't really need to be spending any more money. Everything is given to you.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, that's usually the case. I guess you can buy yourself like a really nice pair of swimming trunks.
Ducalis wants back in Luna Galaxy, right? He is writing the Roche timing in all chat. Guys, I made a mistake. I know I'm on the wrong team. Here I'm just dying. If I was on your side, I would be winning. I would be preparing to go to Malta. Of course, even once Luna Galaxy wins this one, it's still not over. They have to win one more game. And it is not certain that it's going to be this easy.
No, absolutely not. Though, certainly Team Tickles is going to go into the next map, battered and bruised. That said, A-ship hasn't fallen yet. Weirder things have happened, so, ads is dead as a doornail.
Yeah, very dead. So, do you think abandoning ship, like what Ducalis now attempting to do, is a smart move?
Come out with your hands up.
Do you think they accept him with open arms?
I think it's a little early. It's like, after a breakup, you can certainly be friends, but only if you take some time to cool off first, right?
Maybe you can. We'll see if they're gonna take Ducalis back. Kidaro, though, he now has to prove himself. Like, this guy wants to take my spot. No, I want to be the one to go to Malta, so he's split pushing. He's taking tier 3 towers. Are you taking tier 3 towers down, Ducalis? No, so we know whose resume looks better at the moment.
Does indeed, and the Vilama showing blithely on top, knowing that they can't really kill him. giving away all the information, seeing if you can get reactions, and that's what they're constantly doing. The reason that they're not always full committing when they're making these fast moves. They're just showing and seeing what they can get away with, knowing that they most likely have either a point of contact or an objective on the other side of the map that at the very least they are distracting from. And this playstyle, if you're trying to do it deliberately, if you're trying to set it up, it is super hard. It needs to flow because you don't have enough time to talk about all of this and explain it because you're just going.
Harpoon on Narman, no swaps for you. Now he's gonna be buying back, hoping that his ulti will be changing something as Kidaro is continuing with the split push. At least they're gonna be stopping him. 4 versus 1. They deal with Kidaro, but they don't kill him. They just send him away. Sven coming in, stun, and going on to the Medusa. They need a stone gaze. It is gonna be used. The Stark turned to stone for the time being. He's not dying. He doesn't care the Vylama whatsoever. Inside of the Depth Shroud, they'll be completely fine. The Rax is being taken down. Silence onto the Brewmaster. Boom, in a lot of trouble. There will be an Ancient Seal as well, so that's just a follow-up Silence. They had the swap, however, so it will be surviving for now as the Vylama just continue to go on to Shad, getting all of those stacks. Mystic Flare being dropped as well, and with him losing the mana, he's just an easy target. Boom, stuck inside of the trees. He doesn't have an axe to go through it. The Quelling Blade just isn't something that he owned at the moment, so now he's gonna have to buy back and watch as his base is being destroyed. It's gonna be Mecha Creeps once again, and Team Tickles finally accept defeat. It has been looking grim for them in this third game of the Grand Finals for a very long time now.
Yes, it has. And once again, the Vylama popping out of that seat, releasing all of this energy. And we doubted the gyro pick in the first map. We were skeptical about the last minute Ursa TA swap in the second map, but we could see that one coming. Here, I think we were just both legit haters again, like card carrying Slark offlane pick haters, and I feel humbled right about now.
I don't think we were haters. We just didn't understand it, Kips. We didn't understand it. Now we understand. Ignorance, yeah. And Lama, he is teaching us. The sensei, he is bringing knowledge to us. He's bringing knowledge to the viewers, and he is showing his enemies, former teammates, that they made a huge mistake, just like we did not believing in the Vylama. It is a mistake of multiple people here. So in the fourth game, do you believe in him? Do you believe that they're gonna be winning this one in 4 games? Or on the other hand, do you believe, or maybe do you hope that we will get the full 5 games?
As a caster, I went 5.
Okay.
I think what we're seeing from these teams when they're equally matched is super high paced, super fun, very high quality as well. So I want more of that. But if I'm gonna be honest here, I would like to see the Vylama get just a little bit of justice. So if he takes this one in 4 games, I'm not too upset either.
Justice is gonna be the name of the game. He wants revenge versus his former teammates. From what we have read on some of their Twitter posts, they do feel slightly betrayed, and they're playing with a grudge, and it is most definitely working. So this might be the path to victory here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. For now, it is 2-1 in the best of 5 grand finals. Will it end in 4 games, or will we go to a 5th? We find out after the break.
I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right thing, I already know. And we feel it. I really do, I said the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now. I'm your queen and you the king right now. It's a kingdom, let's play it how you like. How does it make you feel? Or you wanna change? I'll be whatever, watching like we can dance. You got to move tonight. Stars are watching us in the sky. I wanna last it forever. It's a sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I won't lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right we already know. And we feel it. I really do, I said the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now. Let's change the clothes, we haven't tried. You know how you make me feel alive. Come close to me, I'm obsessed with your different kind of style. Don't you ever leave, step by my side. Hold my hand, cause I don't have much time. I wanna hug you forever. I missed it.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Might have come to the end here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. Considering how Luna Galaxy are playing, it would be very weird if they don't win the next game as well. They lost game number 1, but they also played pretty flawlessly, and only with a couple of mistakes did Team Tickles allow themselves to turn that one around. I'm Harry Freak. Joining me is Kips. And Kips, do you think there is a chance for a game 5, or is it gonna be a reverse sweep, if we can call it that way?
I definitely think we could be on trajectory for game 5, because right now these drafts from Luna Galaxy are riding the line
Okay.
between, viable and straight up illegal. And I do think that, much like with the gyrocopter pick, if a couple of things go different about that Slark game right there, you could be in a whole lot of trouble. But since it didn't, and they're currently out executing Team Tickles like mad, if you can keep up that pace, then sure, you can draft anything. But if you believe that you can keep up that pace, but actually you're starting to get exhausted, and maybe Spite is running a little short on good fuel, if you know what I mean, then yeah, there is a possibility that you outdraft yourself here, set yourself another challenge, fail to meet it, and perhaps are not sure where to go in map 5, but that would be a whole other map away.
Now we'll see if that Spite is running low, though I doubt it, though I'm not really the best guy to ask it. My country is regarded as one of the most spiteful, like everybody here does have quite a lot of it in us, so if you screw us over, then we will never forgive you. So that is something I cannot understand, but maybe, maybe it is running low. I'm not sure. Plus, there's 3 players on the side of Luna Galaxy that really have nothing to do with the drama we're trying to create. I think there's no drama, but there is some grudge, and there's definitely a lot of hope here for Dalai Lama. Every time he has won, we just saw his reaction get stronger and stronger, getting into the face of his camera, and hoping that picture will be getting towards his enemies. Of course, they are not watching the stream, as that would be. But what is legal is for us to get into the draft of game number 4. It is upon us, Kips. So let's see if Luna Galaxy has another trick in their up their sleeves to show us. Do they have another thing that's gonna catch Team Tickles by surprise and completely overwhelm them?
I swear they're just doing this on pure momentum and adrenaline, man. They're just throwing things at the wall, and they're all sticking, because right now they're in this zone, and you can get unlucky, you can get knocked out of that, but they look so resilient right now, and the speed at which they play. Like, I'm just replaying in my head how many things they're doing on the map at the same time. Hey, it makes me want to go back and talk to Mushi, and it's like, hey, did this what you wanted us to do like 6 years ago? Because the scene was not ready.
I definitely was not. So
No rubbish
how
times.
do you kick somebody out of the zone? Is it the laning phase that you have to crush? Is that the right approach in Dota?
Well, you can definitely get high on your own supply, right? So being patient and showing tenacity, seeing if you can ride out the wave, like a surfer would, instead of fighting it all the way. That would probably be the thing. I'm not advising that they just roll over and see if Luna Galaxy trip over them, right? That's that's certainly not what I'm suggesting here, but I do think that trying to straight up break them looks nearly impossible at this point, and I would rather advise baiting them a little, seeing if they want to overextend a little, if they're feeling maybe just a little too hot right now.
Team Tickles got themselves a Primal Beast, and Luna Galaxy, they went for the Warlock. So they're gonna have the Golem to stop the Pulverize. Of course, the cooldown is nowhere near the Pulverize. This Pulverize has a much lower one, but I like having that positioning support in the backline to stop the onslaught, to stop the Pulverize, to just stop the Primal Beast from killing one of your heroes. And I do like it. And also, you mentioning surfing, now I have to check if there are high waves in Malta. I'm gonna guess
Ooh.
no, but who knows?
I mean, learning how to surf is best not done on high waves anyway, right? But yes, the Warlock. I mean, also in terms of course, the meta here, Warlock has looked phenomenal with the amount of damage and team fight that he contributes. Being able to Primal Beast usually has to snowball his way towards the BKB and then can only continue, but not having security to continue that snowball after you get the BKB because you might just get knocked out of it by the AoE stun of the Golem coming down. Also, rather rad. Let's see, Pango did not make it through. We have Nature's Prophet in. We have Venge in. Both of the Assassins and the Sven out.
A lot of the cores are just removed. Also, I did find out that there are big waves in Malta on different spots, and of course, if anybody wants to try, they can Google them and then go to Malta and try it out themselves. Maybe they will be meeting their favorite Dota team there. Who knows? You surf, you get away from the water, you survive, then you come out, you get the Lamas. If he wins, autograph. It doesn't get much better than that.
Oh, true. Very true.
So what's the approach here? There's no Brewmaster, so no chance of dispelling that Warlock Golem, doing any more damage to him. This is probably going to be the biggest team fight spell, as it has been shown to be a lot of times in this tournament already. They'll go for the Clockwork, so they're continuing with the speedy approach, and Primal Beast hates playing versus the Clockwork. You cancel out the Onslaught, you usually cannot leave the cogs if the Clockwork is positioned properly, and Team Tickles, they go for two heroes that just dive to the Clockwork, so I'm very curious about this.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, you could see this as them doubling down on this Primal Beast pick. You have a choice there, right? There's two picks on the board now that the Primal doesn't necessarily do well against unless you get a really good engagement. But you can improve that engagement, or you could demote him to support. Like, that would have been my reflex, at least. Team Tickles, doubling down, says no, Primal Beast, he's going to grab somebody, we're going to kill them, and we're going to be fine with, dropping some of our heroes in the process, because clearly, as Luna Galaxy has shown, blood will flow. And Luna are not afraid to get some of their own blood into the mix, and maybe Team Tickles has said, fine, then we're going to follow suit. And we too are going to shed a little of their own. There is the Underlord.
He will play a normal hero. He will play a normal hero for the first time in the series here, Kips. So
the relief in your voice.
Yeah, I don't know if it's relief or maybe it's even now disappointment when I think about it. I don't know how to feel, but this game now just feels normal.
Yeah, I mean, they have two more picks left. Let's not hurry up. Maybe it's an Underlord mid. I really don't think.
I know what happened. He knows who he's laning against, so he got cold feet. You see how funny I can be. The Queen of Pain. Okay, even more of an issue for these two supports.
Yeah, and she's got the Clockwork to go in first, and making sure that you do find the Skywrath Mage, because the silence can be devastating for her. But once again, like, this is confidence. It's just like, no, we're going to get the engagement first. We are faster. We are going to capitalize on your supports being glass cannons as opposed to being the ones getting shotgunned down.
Team Tickles, though, they have the Primal Beast as their frontliner as well. Of course, you can jump over that frontliner as we see. So maybe they get another hero that is going to be protecting these two. Tidehunter is in the pool. Again, I don't know if you want it versus the Clockwork, but they're going to go for the Slark. And currently, when we look at Luna Galaxy, their ability to lock down the Slark is non-existent. Immediately banning out the Faceless Void, there aren't many other position ones that counter the Slark as well as the Faceless Void. So this makes the situation dangerous for Luna Galaxy draft-wise.
Yeah, like, normally the best hero that you can pick up versus a Slark once the Void is out would be a Bloodseeker, but we really haven't seen a lot of that at all. And Luna Galaxy's draft would feel dangerous if you pick up a BS here.
I wouldn't hate it, though. It's not bad. It's good versus the Primal Beast. It's good versus the Slark. Skywrath Mage, Ancient, and Apparition don't do anything to. AA can be a problem if he hits you with an ulti. Very hard to hit you, though. You're a race car.
Hopefully you're a race car. And you do have enough AoE damage to really amp up that speed as well at the start of the fight.
Yeah, 900 horsepower for sure with this much AoE damage.
I think it's your best option, but I mean, with any other team, I would say I don't know how confident you would feel, but like Luna Galaxy has clearly been picking whatever hero they think suits best on that last pick instead of paying any attention to the meta or even where heroes are supposed to lane. So, but
So, LC ban. Luna Galaxy to get rid of that. What are they gunning for? Might it be a Yuma anti-mage?
yeah, that's what I think about when I see that ban as well. I mean, those two supports look ripe for the taking.
Would be cool.
There's-
Of course, they have the last pick on Luna, so they're gonna decide probably once they see what they're up against.
Yeah, but that gives them at least two solid opportunities here. Anti-Mage versus Slark. Interesting matchup. Slark usually having a hard time actually getting on top of an Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage much more suited to ignoring his scary matchup, killing the rest of the team first, and then mopping up what remains. And yeah, they do ban the Bloodseeker.
I think it's a smart ban, really. You want to have the Slark have the best time, and with the Darkseer being picked up, anti-mage, let's go, Luna Galaxy. We want to see it. We want to see it now.
It's true. That feels like the one. Gets you more mobility, gets you more vision. I do like having two cores that can actually move when you have an Underlord standing in the middle. It's going to be very resistant versus the pick-off potential of these two supports. The Well Lane versus the Darkseer. It feels tailor-made.
Yeah, but they won't pick it. I just know they won't pick it because we're hoping for it. They have 7 seconds to decide, weird. Though.
All right, what's the weirdest thing they can pick?
That's not weird at all. It's weird that it actually made it towards the last stage there. But this is a normal draft for Luna Galaxy, very low on stuns. Off a draft alone, I'm favoriting Team Tickles. If they lose this game, Luna Galaxy 100% deserves to be the victors here, and I don't even think that their laning phase is all that strong on Luna Galaxy. I wouldn't assume that they're gonna crush all 3 of the lanes and win on the back of that. So I'm here hoping for Game 5, and I think there is a good argument to be made that we are gonna be seeing it.
Yeah, this is as good an argument as any as we're going to get. I think the gyrocopter, as far as like the proposition in this game goes, I'm not hating it, also not loving it. Like, if the Slark gets on top of you, there's relatively little you can do as a gyrocopter to prevent him from getting too tanky and absolutely shredding you with all of his extra agi. But on the other hand, if you want to leverage your carry to work with the team early, like they have been doing so often in this game, then Gyrocopter is one of the best mixed damage heroes in the entire game, maybe even the best, ridiculously tanky as well. And I could see them using that to keep up the tempo anyway, in spite of their relatively normal picks.
Yeah, as you mentioned, their AoE is very, very strong, and just Slark might survive, but the rest of the pack might just go down without not even noticing what happened. But considering that this could be the last game, we are going to be trying it with our production last time. 3, 2, 1, blast off, and here comes the techies to take us into the game. Hopefully not the last one of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3, but there is a chance for it as Luna Galaxy. We might have some problems with their draft, but there is no denying they are on a roll, Kips.
Exactly, like clearly we are the ones that are having problems with their drafts and they are not.
Yeah, they're not. We're having problems because we don't understand what the hell they're doing. And Vailama, I'm gonna need to sit with this guy. Okay, explain your thought process to me. And
he will not. He will keep his secrets.
He'll tell me. He's nice. He's nice. He's gonna at least say something.
Nice. We actually, I'm also a little biased for him to win this because we at Pinnacle have a little project upcoming that involves him and me as well. We have in fact been asking him some questions, and he has been giving some very interesting answers. So, if you want to know what's happening with that, you should probably follow me and Pinnacle, and of course also Harry Free on Twitter, so you can see when the goodies drop.
And it's gonna be cool once that does come to fruition, as Shad did see Kidero and everybody else coming in with his night vision. They're still gonna be able to steal this rune and run themselves away without any issues whatsoever, and that's gonna make it a 3-for-1, a 4-for-1 actually, in favor of Luna Galaxy. 4-for-0.
Are there 5 runes now?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not getting tired, Kips. No. Yes, it was a mistake. I apologize. It will not happen again. You
I
don't believe me?
apologize, just double down.
Okay, yeah, there
all
are
I
5
do.
runes. You didn't read the new patch notes?
No,
That better?
shit. Oh, there goes my bad word.
I
Well,
got you. I
drat.
got you to use it. Yeah, I got you to use it. You wanted to use it in the heat of the moment when there's a huge fight and Kips comes in with a PG-13 word, but nope, not gonna be happening. The CS here in the laning phase, we'll see how that goes, who comes out ahead, any lanes that you think are very important that could change the game for sure if it goes one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this mid lane. But as I say that, First Blood already drawn. The Llama going down first, never been a good sign.
Yeah.
But then again, it has been happening.
Yeah,
it has
it
been
really
recovering,
has.
but this is on a regular hero, and I really do want to say that, repeat that again. This is an Underlord. An Underlord does not go anywhere. He's not going to be making any flashing moves. He's not here to hard counter out any of the enemy cores either. He is here to buy a pipe. That's his function this game.
What is my purpose? You buy pipe.
You buy pipe.
Oh my god. The Llama. He is the type of guy that doesn't
Yes.
like to have such a set purpose, but this time around it is gonna be the case. This Darkseer is not having a nice time. He will be hitting level 2 now once the another creep dies, but he's very low. Has 6 stick charges, so he isn't gonna die, but he isn't gonna have a nice time either.
Now, one of the ways that Darkseer likes to run these lanes is shoving enemy carries, especially the ranged ones, under tower as Kidaro.
Yeah, trying to get it. Now even Boom is in trouble. He doesn't have the surge. Can skill it up if he wants to. The homing missile won't be doing all that much damage under the tier 2 region. He'll be fine. But he has been zoned out of 2 waves of creeps already. He got 6 CS at the start, which is something that we don't see. The Darkseer usually struggles early on. But now he did lose a couple of creeps. Did get the salve brought in, so should be fine continuing to lane.
And immediately gets kicked out again. As I wanted to say, Darkseer usually pushes waves in and then enjoys all the freedom to pull he has behind them. But Yuma has been spamming out these flat cannons combined with the fatal bonds. These creep waves just keep on dying.
There's a 1k gold lead for Luna Galaxy. A lot of it definitely comes from the runes being taken at the start. The first blood was drawn by Team Tickles, and I mean currently it doesn't seem like it's mattering all that much. The 2 cores of Luna Galaxy are farming well. Is it okay for the Queen of Pain to be ahead of the Primal Beast? Is this something we expect to happen?
Yeah, I was actually wondering if that could happen at all, because this is one of those melee mid laners that just doesn't really care if you dagger him a couple of times, because you're going to be shoving the waves, you're going to be on top of her if she dares to step up too far. But so far, Stoikov has been doing a remarkable job at actually keeping his denies up, especially.
Yeah, he's doing an awesome job. 80 denies. It is no laughing matter. Only 3 on his mid lane counterpart is... on the top lane, Yuma is continuing with the pressure. He's just continuing to apply it to both the Darkseer and the Skywrath Mage. Boom. Had to use his 21 charges to keep himself pretty healthy, as Shad will be caught. He doesn't have the pounce. He's just burning down. They will be opening up the cogs for now. And Shad, the blood grenade does connect. He will not be losing his life and has a healing salve. So for this Lark, everything will be fine.
It will be, yes, but the Llama looks to be recovering from that hiccup at the start, and the momentum in this lane is very important. As long as the Slark has stacks, he can bring the fight to the Underlord, but if he doesn't, then he's actually very fragile, and his AA needs to stick close to him, otherwise Clockwork is going to get him. Of course, right now, the Clockwork is might be experiencing...
Fine, Fairy Fire. There's the Fairy Fire. He was just baiting for the last moment, Kips, and he got us nervous there, but even some of the viewers as well, of course, the ones that are cheering for Luna Galaxy, but he'll be fine. Oh shoot! And this is the thing I really wanted to discuss. We haven't talked much about the Olikor. In my mind, he has been playing amazing Dota, but he's just not the one that we are paying that much attention to. He's the one that has to survive in these crazy lanes with Llama. He's the one that has been catching a lot of nice grabs there. It's just amazing how good of a Dota he has been playing overall from the back lines.
Yeah. No, and I think I said it before the series that his chemistry with Dalai Lama is what's carrying like this one half of Luna Galaxy over the other half currently. And I love duos like that stick together, that know what they have when like two brains meet like that, and you're like, hey, I vibe with this. Together we can do anything. Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, for sure. And it is very nice to see not only his laning stage performance, but also his movements around the map, that he's always at the right spot at the right time. Stoikov, he didn't feel too comfortable with that beast just stomping on him, but he will be fine. He was saving the potential blink out if he needed it. Didn't need it for the time being. Now Azantic, his bottle refilled, and he will be getting a regen, so will definitely be fine. Ducalis being smacked by creeps here. Now he'll be smacked by the Queen of Pain. Stoikov gets himself a kill. The question is, can Theolikor run himself away? It's not going to be easy. Still go for the cogs.
Nope. He gets the rune first.
Easy. It looks like he'll be able to survive. Azantic also slowed down. Poor guy cannot get the polarizer onto the Queen of Pain. That's hella annoying when you're just trying to get on top of a target. But it's a first phase Primal Beast, so it's normal that there are going to be heroes to do well versus you.
He's just still chasing, hoping that maybe the Lama overstays on this bottom lane, but he does not. Shad, once again with the level advantage over the Vi though. Is this overstaying? Really? Is it like... I guess it is these days.
They're gonna try to go for a kill. Divine Llama stands his ground with the Queen of Pain coming in. They have to run themselves away. Azantic, he still has that regen rune through the Shadow Strike. I don't think you can get yourself away, and it will be a dead Azantic.
Yeah, that's what I thought when he went for that. And I have to point out here as well as Darrell, yeah, you're not Nature's Prophet this time. You don't get to do that. Sorry.
He tried. He did his best.
He tried. Yeah. I am normally a hater of the 3 levels dagger co-op, right? I want to see them level into the Scream of Pain. I want to see them farm. But with the speed that Luna Galaxy has been playing at, and the fact that there is so much damage over on especially the enemy mid laner as well, I do actually think that the extra tankiness from the Shadow Strike is absolutely worth it. He is going to get into engagements. We know that. He plays that. And he is going to make full use of that particular build-up.
So I have to ask Kips, I've been calling that spell the dagger like you for the longest of times. Was there a time where it was called differently than Shadow Strike, or are we just looking at the animation for the entirety of its life and it always looked like a dagger?
Yeah, maybe I've even just only looked at the cosmetic even. I'm not sure, it might have been called Dagger of Pain at some point in the far past, but I can't remember any time it was not called Shadow Strike.
Okay, mate. Sense. There's 2 kills on each side. I talked about the previous game being passive at the start, but here we're just not having that many kills, but we are having some chases. So let's look at the net worth, where the Gyro and the Queen of Pain are at the top, sitting quite comfortably. And really the only hero that had a bad time in lane, I think it's Azantic. Everybody else, I think, is gonna be somewhat happy with how the laning stage ended.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially Divine Lama, who had maybe a little bit of a struggle here and there and will continue to have it. He cannot actually come up to Shad. All he wants to do is just eat some, serve himself up some pizza, push away, and then push back off again. It's going to be hard for him to naturally push his Slark down without getting some sort of rotation in.
Is there something behind the pizza story, or that I'm not aware of? Like, why is he cutting a pizza, or is it just completely random?
I'm suspecting that this is like an internal Valve meme where somebody joked once that his weapon looks like a pizza slicer, and now they couldn't unsee it, and nobody ever saw that, but you know, they did.
Okay.
Best guess.
I don't see it. That's a good guess. I can understand it. I usually slice a pizza with a knife, and Kidro, you know, they're not gonna be using any slicers, any cutters for him, but we'll still be able to get the kill. The third one for Team Tickles in this game. They're still not ahead in net worth, but at least they're ahead in kills, something that hasn't happened for a long time in the series.
Yeah, it hasn't actually, and it might be short-lived depending on what Theodokor and Stoikov do here. Though I gotta say, Atlantic, he may not have had the best time CS-wise, but this hero is still an absolute monster at this point in the game. So much damage, so much HP. Yeah, Yuma's hovering here, but he can't actually show up. Surely he can't.
Now Kidaro is baiting. It looked for a second like he's gonna be in trouble. Boom will be TPing away. No way to stop it. Actually, Theodokor comes over again. We're gonna be praising this guy always at the right spot to vacuum. We're all gonna be together holding hands. But then we are gonna be getting the kill. Divine Llama makes his appearance to say hello to his buddies and then goodbye, just to check in, ask them how are you doing, and then go back to trying to be a nuisance to the Slark as best as he can.
Yep. Very good reminder to Tickles there that they can't just have the top tower like that. Only Galaxy might or might not show up with all 5 heroes out of the blue. Really keeping the fear of God in them.
A gold lead for Luna Galaxy. Slowly but surely they're increasing that. Of course, the Gyro will be farming the most, but Shad now has the Diffusal Blade, so he is a killing machine. And also one thing we haven't talked about, both of the Wisdom Runes went towards Team Tickles, meaning that the Warlock and the Clockwork will have to wait a little bit longer before their level 6s, whilst the AA already has hers.
Exactly, and that is why we're going to be seeing a smoke rotation here from Shad and Dugalis. If you and Ice Blast in hand. Scouting out some stacks here. There are a couple.
Not that
I'm
great.
betting Atlantic would like to pick those up. Theodokor breaks the smoke.
He's not the easiest hero to bring down. With a good cogs placement, you don't do anything. He just sends in the flare, scouts them clearly. They know exactly where their enemies are. And Luna Galaxy, do they have any hope of turning this one around? No, they're just gonna stay away.
Now, all they're going to have to do now is take care of their stacks before anybody snipes them. That
Makes
Ats
sense.
was in base again. I swear the last time I looked at this guy, he was also walking back from base.
Does want to have as much mana as possible. Sonic Wave, we still haven't seen it used. Same goes for the Pulverize. Nobody has really been using those big ultis. We have only seen the wall and of course the Fiend's Gate so far. So the offlaners deciding to press their R buttons. Everybody else, you know, they're
You're forgetting that Ats actually grabbed the Violama on the bot lane and regretted it immediately.
Okay.
Right, sorry, it's my job. Once again, I'm pointing at the contract.
Yeah, no problem, Kips. The contract, it has to have more value than our friendship, obviously, as Shad does get the tower down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking mighty fine on that Slark right now, and Boom's also doing really well. Going to have, yeah, got the Vanguard, so really tanky versus the physical damage that the Jar brings in, and then Pipe next. And for him, the Pipe 2 is, his function 2 is I build Pipe for now.
Okay, poor guys. Just a
Sometimes
bad
it's
way to
offlaner
enjoy
life.
Dota. Yeah, sometimes Dota is just not as fun.
You can't always be playing Slark.
It is what it is, but you can always have a Slark in the game. We had it in the previous one. We haven't in this one as well. Luna Galaxy are in the smoke going towards the top lane. They want the Boom. They might just be able to find him. Now he's super fast. Hookshot at the ready. Boom has been found. Theodokor, he's not missing that one. And coming in through the portal, the wall will be made. Stoikov, his own illusion is attacking him. Dog that barely connected. Sonic Wave is still running super fast away. The deny. Not going to be happening. Nobody there to use it. It is a 1-for-1 though, as Stoikov did die there. The illusion doing a little bit too much damage. Theodokor, now is his time to run. Going for a TP out will be successful. Nothing they can do about it. Got super close, but not close enough. Guiro's dead. Golem will be dropped. And Ducalis, maybe that's gonna be another one. Not something that is worthy of a Golem usage. And then in the end, it's not something that you will get from a Golem usage anyways. The trade of the kills continues.
Very fast move towards the bot lane again from Huskers, but this time they don't really have the firepower to pull any of it off. And Stoikov did get punished there for not having enough damage to immediately kill off Boom. So that is the risk when you're playing like this. If you really do want to move from objective to objective and make several things happen on the map at once, then you need to have precisely enough damage and smear your resources out as thin as possible to get the entire thing covered. And that didn't quite work out right there.
The co-op is going for an orchid. Do you like it? Do you think it's the right approach?
Yeah, I was wondering about that in the previous game. I was briefly thinking about the time when, you know, Orchid used to be the core item on Quap, on the Invoker as well. But there's a ton of heroes that are absolutely helpless versus this, and not in the least Xantic, who is going to have to build up his BKB right now, but up until he has that, he does really become a really big dumb baby if you just silence him. There goes all of his damage output.
He does have a blade mail on the Primal Beast though, so silencing him might not result in a kill, as you have to be careful going for him. Aghanim Scepter done on the Gyro, so some big items will be coming out on Luna Galaxy, as they have the Pipe and the Orchid as well. All three of their cores just hit really strong timings, and I think it is very important for them to use them at the moment.
I want to see this Orchid rock some people. I mean, he already showed it. Are we actually gonna go for ads? No way.
Try with the onslaught. He's out. Homing missile will connect. I don't think they can really take it down, but overall it is not a successful move. Maybe if they can take down the tower, it's gonna be fine, but Yuma, I'm not sure how much you want to be committing on this one. There's a pipe on the other side now as well, so Team Tickles, they do have an aura item on their side as well to fight with.
And look at the way that they're positioning right now. Have you seen this from Luna Galaxy at any point during the previous games? Them sitting around waiting. Well, now it might just pay off.
Yep, they waited for a second and then they found Ducalis again, the Llama, just coming in to say hello. He will be running away with his team as well as Xantic, just not being able to catch him. Underlord, at some point he used to be the biggest hero in Dota.
Look at Yuma.
Probably strong. Ooh. It'll be fine. Slow down there, but he is stealing some stacks, which is nice.
Yes, just after that, Aghanim's got finished as well. Plus gold for you, negative gold for the enemy, counts double. And Slark running away with his shiny fishy tail between his legs for now.
Do you think he has a shiny fishy tail? Let me check.
Yeah, he does. Look at it.
Yeah, it really is shiny. Like, that doesn't make sense. You're a hunter, you're a shark boy. And if you're shining, then everybody's gonna know when you're coming to eat them.
Sure. But Slark's also a gangster, right? He's gotta have his bling.
Ah, true.
That's how I see him, at least.
You know, some gangsters, they carry gold or silver with them. So as if they don't have cash, at least they have something that they can trade in. So maybe that's it.
And, well, no Orchid usage yet, but I think, in general, the Orchid on the Quap is, I don't want to say overlooked, but fact is that now with the build-through for the Bloodthorn and the natural attack speed and animation of the Quap, you can actually become a fierce right-clicker as well. So this is not a miscommitment if you don't use it that much purely for its function. As another hook shot.
Going in, there's the Orchid being used, and the Clockwork will die immediately. They don't really use much against him. Onslaught from Xantic, he'll be able to get himself away before the homing missile connects. Still gonna be taking some damage, not really all that much. The cooldown being used at Xantic, does he really die from this?
Not
He'll be
die,
fine,
no.
but the Queen of Pain went in, and the Mystic Flare and the Pulverized, they finish her off with ease. Now it's time to go for Yuma, who does seem pretty strong at the moment. Shad not committing at the start. He still doesn't have his ulti, doesn't want to commit too much. They're just kiting Yuma at the moment, getting a little bit too close through the Firestorm. It will be tough to fight, and this Gyro's still alive. For how long? They're trying to kill him with the Vortex, and the Cold Feet should be able to finish him off. Shad goes in, he's the one that gets the kill, and it is gonna be a Xantic to start trampling over the side of Luna Galaxy.
Yes.
That is it. The game is even, 8-5. Team Tickles showing they still have more to give in this grand final.
And this is how you get them. You wait for them. You know they're coming. Give them an opportunity on these timings where they are going to reach just a little bit too far and get their hand caught in the mousetrap. That snapped close on quite a couple of fingers there, and you can see how much Tickles had to balance the damage on their team too. That was rather close on several heroes, but they all come out alive. And now Luna Galaxy is in a situation where they haven't been for a long time during this series.
I was about to start throwing shade at both of the teams, like, yeah, this is what would happen if they would go together to Malta. Nothing, they would just throw a little bit of you know, a word here and there, but they would just be farming and enjoying the beaches. And well, then just like that, a big fight happens and Team Tickles are ahead, not by far, but they're still ahead. And Slark versus the Gyro, Slark versus this lineup of Luna Galaxy in the later portions of the game. It's not something you want to play against.
No, I don't think so either. And we've seen Luna Galaxy pull out games with, I want to say, an inferior or at least like a more unwieldy draft. And this one, certainly the Gyrocopter was also supposed to do that just by early game presence. But we're at 20 minutes now, and while his farm looks good, he's on top of the net worth charts, the game is not actually his yet, in spite of his involvement.
It definitely isn't, and he is not going to be at the top for a long time. One more fight like that, and your top spot is gone. You will always be a faster farmer than the Slark, but Slark is a more dangerous hunter for sure.
Absolutely, and they've been, so far, we were thinking that they would be on top of the support of Team Tickles, you know, all the time, but haven't really found him yet. And instead, Yuma, now he's the one that's got found.
He's in trouble, taking a lot of damage. He will be just going down. The big carry of Luna Galaxy looked unstoppable in all three of the previous games, even though he lost the first one. Now he just doesn't look that unstoppable any longer.
No, and you can see here what happens when you let go of the tempo over on Luna Galaxy, because that's what happened, right? They had to go back, they had to regroup, they're having to wait for their next set of items. That's also not something that's happened. They've had the tempo completely in their control, and that's a little bit of a careless death on a gyrocopter. You can't assume that Tickles are going to stay back when you've just given them that space. You're just not used to them coming for you because they've never had the time to come for you.
And considering he died just before finishing off his BKB, it's giving me Davai Lama game 1 vibes, where just before you get your best timing, you're being delayed and delayed and delayed, and then you never hit the strength that is actually expected of you.
Let's see though. The Galaxy were not born yesterday either. No shot.
He's gonna be saved there by the chaotic offering. The Slark removes a bit of malice immediately. He has been silenced up though. Now he cannot remove that one. He doesn't have his ulti. This is so bad from Shad, and he's gonna be going down. Yuma gets the kill. The top spot is still mine. It feels like 2020, you know, fight between Elon Musk and what do you call the Amazon
Bezos?
guy? Yeah, Jeff Bezos. Like, I'm top net worth. No, I'm top net worth. I'm top net worth. I'm not the top net worth in the end.
I'm very sorry to say I care a lot more about this fight than that one.
True, you know, but it just reminds us we see some similarities.
And there is the Orchid coming in clutch for the kill on the Slark, who is, I mean, definitely a BKB buyer, but certainly not a Mount Style buyer, so it's going to have to be the BKB from Shad next, and a very expensive mistake unless his team can out. He's charging, it's anti.
Oh, an onslaught in into the pit. Yuma has got himself the Aegis and has the BKB as well. Will be smashed into the ground. The Mystic Flare, of course, not going to be doing that much damage to him. They will be going for the wall as well, and without the BKB, how do you get out of this one alive? They're just cleaning up house. You know, force tap to the side there. Onslaught will cancel both of their TPs, not allowing them to leave the pit. This will be your burial ground, not the place where you win the game.
And that BKB. Oh. Drama. But yeah, trying to take a fast Roche versus an AA versus the Primal Beast, you have to be even faster than that. And they just don't have the damage like that.
They don't. I mean, when you look at their lineup, they don't really have much to deal with Roche. Their only real physical damage is the Gyro. Everybody else is just contributing a small amount of damage, and this is gonna give Team Tickles the lead again. Every single time we see maybe pick off or two for Luna Galaxy, maybe some objective, they get their lead, and then they lose a fight. The lead goes the other way. And now I think that lead is in a comfortable enough spot. If Shad doesn't make another mistake like that, they should quite comfortably be able to continue here through the mid game.
That is very possible, and they've got good control over the enemy triangle now as well. And taking a little page
Dyer's
out of the Book of Lunar Galaxy, keeping the tempo up,
But he
diving
didn't
tier
make a
2 in mid.
mistake. He did make a mistake there in terms of his spell usage. He could have followed up with the Onslaught stun, and I think then Narman comes over with the Ancient Seal, and we see the Queen of Pain go down. So, and I think Queen of Pain was dead there if they do everything right.
Instead, she's going to be showing up with her ult to the bot lane. They want to go. Yuma is flanking.
Hook shot will be used. Immediate silence. Not going to be able to use the cogs. 4 step to the side. Now he's going to be smashed to the ground immediately. There is a golem being dropped, trying to get himself away. The silence that's come through. His BKB will be expiring only now. Pit of Malice. But the wall, it is much better than Pit of Malice, Kidero. It is only his golem that gets clipped by the AA Blast. And are we really not going to be seeing any blood, any death here drawn?
Yes.
Oh, you think there might be? Nah, it's over.
Okay, so something I haven't even had time to talk about, but both of the supports over on Lunar Galaxy rushed 4 staff phenomenal in this game, and that's exactly what allows them to go in there and then dodge the counter engage from Team Tickles, because that AA Blast could end it so long, and they're just chasing Stoikov, please.
He is, he really went in too deep there for a second, but he'll be fine. Is he finally gonna go for his BKB on the Queen of Pain? Yeah. So he went for the Orchid Witchblade, and he definitely needs it. Versus the lineup he's playing against, versus the Ancient Seal of Narman, it is a necessity.
Absolutely. The silence is just too threatening, especially now that you are not snowballing the game like you were supposed to. You are not killing Narman first off every single fight as you were hoping you would.
And again, when there's nothing happening, the lead is going in favor of Luna.
And you're not running fast enough, Stoikov.
Oh, he got the silence onto the start. Maybe they can finish him out. The Firestorm will be used. He goes for the Sonic Wave. There's the Ancient Seal on him. Going in the Pit of Malice to protect himself. Nice 4-step, but there's double jumps there. He needs to get out. Has the sticks. Will be able to blink himself away. On the other side, the Gyro Yuma has been caught standing his ground fighting. And that is a fight he will lose. This allows the Stark now to go forward. Who's going to be killing him? He has a nullifier on himself, and he doesn't really care about it, as he's just going to be slaughtering everybody. Stoikov at least finishes off Atlantic, but nobody to save this Warlock. It will be Narman who gets the kill there with the Arcane Bolt. 3 heroes of Luna Galaxy will lose their lives, Kips, and one of those is the Gyro, whilst the Slark never got close to dying.
Absolutely not. Several of the other heroes on the side of Team Tickles got low, but this Jackocker is just not in a position right now where he can indeed stand and fight. And that's making all of the difference currently, where if he can't hold his position, then the pop can't make his way around him and pick off it. Because Stoikov should not be in the middle of the fight. Oh lord.
Yeah, he's looking very much dead, especially after the AA Blast connects. You just need a little bit more damage, and they will have more than enough. Shad's career does die in the process of delivering an item, but it doesn't matter, as the Vailama will be another casualty there for Luna Galaxy.
And it's very unfortunate that Stoikov needs to buy that BKB first, because I'm not sure that his damage output, like, it is his damage output that they need, but if you want to truly take that to the next level, you need the Axe. I have been on this on this round before. I just really do think that he needs the BKB first this time. There's no way around it.
Yeah, you cannot play without it. It is just the case. You get caught, and then your teammates are using everything they have in the arsenal to save your life, while the Gyro remains unattended, and he is your top net worth. He is the one that needs to be doing the damage.
To be fair though, they have read this over on Galaxy, because the Daedalus is very soon to be completed over on Yuma. No half measures, no Shadow Blades first or anything like that. Not even the Satanic. As much as he would probably want to get it, there's an AA in the game. All that matters is how much damage do I do before I die, especially because Ads is really close to finishing the heart already. How did they kill this man?
Oh, it is super hard. He's the only one that died in the previous fight, because with the items that he has, he's putting himself in such an aggressive position. With the heart, it's gonna be even tougher.
Exactly. He knows his job. He goes in, he creates the chaos, he soaks up so much damage. And yeah, the fact that Stoikov is able to get him after last time, I wonder if that's going to happen again at all.
Yeah, I'm looking at this game literally. You are Luna Galaxy. If you want to win a fight, you have to kill the Slark. He has to die first. There's no other way around it. If it's a Xantic that you're focusing, the Slark will ultimately kill all of you in that fight.
Yes. Exactly. Xantic is the man that buys the time. Purged him.
Xantic is the guy that has been slowed down, but he'll be fine. Yeah, it's just Luna Galaxy. They don't have the guts to continue forward, and I understand them.
Well, now they do, though. They got a little information, got some directions. Beautiful hook shot.
Nice hook shot. Boom. He needs a 4-staff. He needs somebody to stay in vacuum wall to 3. Here comes an AM blast. He's going to be connecting on 4. The golem gets dropped. He's surviving way too long. The Sonic Wave. They have to bail. They have to run. They understand the dangerous Luna Galaxy. And they'll be able to get themselves out.
That was very risky. I mean, extremely correct of them to take the risk, saying, alright, ads probably not ready to come back in without his BKB. Slark probably not there, somewhere else farming. We take what we can get, and that was a beautiful pickoff. But
Yep.
if they're wrong about either of those things, if ads does engage in, or if Shad is actually near, then are you going to get punished?
I really didn't get your comments too much on the nullifier of the Underlord. The Lama, even though he's not blessing us with cool hero picks, he's definitely going for cool item choices.
Yeah.
And this Underlord will be punching like a truck.
Absolutely. And normally what we used to see on these core Underlords was Abyssal Blade, right? Which I think has definitely devalued now that we don't have the little jump to go with it anymore, no more extra mobility. So instead he's going for diminishing the mobility of the opponent. 4-staff stocks absolutely plummeting. Both of the enemy supports have one as well. And really empowering, hopefully, his gyro to get through
Radiant are scanning.
any kind of Ghost Scepters later on as well.
Tower is under attack.
There is no golem, and Tickles know about this. They have scanned their enemies perfectly. Luna Galaxy, they go for a smoke as well. This might be a perfect way to dodge their opponent's Kidaro, staying in that danger zone a little bit longer, but they have left. It is very unlikely that these two teams will clash now.
Or is it? That's a lot sharper turnaround on that ship of Team Tickles. And they're going to find the arcane rune left behind as well.
Slark?
Slark?
That is fine. He's out. Hook shot. Oh, that's a little bit too deep for the Clockwork. He has to go for the jackpack. Try to get himself away. The Diffuser Blade slowing down Yuma. Took so much damage already. He will be caught by the A-Blast. Actually, he does manage to dodge the Sonic Wave. Gonna be quite nice, but the first one to die is Kidaro. He's the only one to die at the moment. Stoikov now. Silent Stuff has the BKB. Stands his ground versus Narman, who has been nullified, so he cannot get himself away. Actually, the Ogre Still Totem will allow him to leave as the Collins dies.
long to
The
kill him.
overwhelming AoE damage, but they have found the gyro. Now you have to run. Theodicor knows he cannot save his buddy. There's no way around it. There is a pause. We did see some lags happening there. It is a 2-for-2 currently, but Team Tickles, they're on a roll and they've killed the enemy carry.
Yes, they have. They have killed the one source of continuous damage, which is, yeah, the Lama. That's a little less triumphant face than we've seen from him, but he doesn't look very shaken, does he?
It
Which
looks
is
like a
very
psycho
cold.
face. It's like he's looking at us like, oh, you killed my carry. I'm gonna like screw you over now. But it looks like a gangster type face. He has a lot of those. He has the BM face. He has the happy face, gangster type face. I don't know. This guy, he just, you can read his emotions clearly
Yeah.
from his expressions.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I love that we now have these cameras in pretty much every single game. Like these are the guys making it happen, and seeing the game reflected on their faces is a privilege that I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, for sure. The players have reconnected.
Go.
Let's go. Let's get ourselves back into the game because the action is still there. The fight is still going. And Davai Lama, we saw his face. Now he's going to be smashed in by the Slark. He has been shanked. And Xantic tramples him into the ground, burying him while killing him as well. 2-in-1. A present for the captain of Luna Galaxy.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And the positioning from Luna Galaxy there was, in fact, what made that fight take longer at all. They both managed to group as well as avoid the AA ult, which was kind of impressive to see. But then the problem is that they just run out of damage. Stoikov is on the support and needs a lot of time to actually bring those down. Of course, the Sonic Wave didn't do nearly enough because that was straight on to Xantic, who does not give a flying hood at the moment. So, where's the damage? I'm gonna keep on saying this until this entire map is done and dusted. Where's the damage? I need to see it.
Still going into the late game, how do you feel about the chances of Luna Galaxy? I mean, when we look at the gold lead, it really isn't that high. Of course, better farm distribution currently on Team Tickles. Dota Plus says Team Tickles are most likely getting this one, but still 20% chances for the dire side.
Yeah, that's about what I would give them.
Okay.
Certainly the supports over on Tickles fall off harder. Look at this beautiful positioning.
Oh, Shad always ready to break those smokes. Yuma smoke has been broken. He will be leaving that area for the time being. Theolicor coming forward with the jetpack. Nobody to find just yet. Nice usage of the rocket flare though.
Yeah, I mean the real problem is that they can all stand on top of each other, but it's extremely hard for Luna Galaxy to punish that. Are they?
No way. No way, Yuma.
They've done this before too.
Yep. But I don't think Team Tickles are gonna be there in time. Good positioning though to stop this engagement into the pit. Theolicor goes for the jetpack.
They're still confused.
They're actually getting the Roche. The Aegis and the cheese in their pockets. Really? There's the back. There's
knows?
the Sonic Wave being used. Get away from the pit. It's ours, Yuma. He will be able to get the Aegis. He will be able to grab the cheese as well. BKB is ready. You don't want to be using it for your first life. He will be going down. There's the golem being used. Can they still fight it? The fatal bonds have been used, so the gyro can actually do a lot of damage. He's gonna be turned around. The Atlantic is the only one he can fight, as is BKB. The onslaught will be used to get out of the pit. Yuma just all alone inside of it, surrounded by enemies. He will be eating the cheese, trying his best to get away from this wall, to get away from the enemy heroes. Not gonna be happening. The Lama standing in his ground. The Firestorm will be used. He does have the shards. He's gonna last a long time, but his life will not, as we will have another pause. It seems like lags are happening over and over again. This time around, Luna Galaxy will need reconnect.
Yeah, and I can't believe they got away with actually taking the reserve. Oh, restart did not help, so possibly a server on the Sturtlebliss?
I mean, fights are huge. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
These fatal bonds and with all the things that are happening, we have a billion illusions as well. I can understand that Dota is lagging.
My computer is huffing and puffing, that's for sure.
He looks disgusted now.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. Who do you think he's disgusted with? With the way that he's playing Dota? With the way that the servers are working, maybe?
I
Could be the case.
think the latter. This is also somebody who's highly self-critical as well. Like, don't think for a second that all those emotions are only going towards the outside.
Okay. So
Right.
over criticizing himself.
Most likely. Now, I hesitate to call that good for Luna Galaxy, but the Aegis is not in the hands of Shad currently, which is technically a stay of execution. It's a stay of execution. It is time to get that Ags on the co-op up. I am a broken record.
Talk to me a little bit about this farm distribution. Like, who does this benefit? Is it definitely Team Tickles that are benefiting more from this? Because 6k gold lead doesn't seem like much, but then you see all three of the cores of Team Tickles quite comfortably at the top of the network chart.
Yeah, quite comfortably at the top of the network chart, but I think that you'd be doing even better if the gold was, say, all on Shad in this case. That's one of those things, because over on the other side too, Atlantic is doing a lot of, well, disturbing the piece.
Yeah, Kidaro is very disturbed at the moment, right? He couldn't enjoy himself behind his tier 2. That place is not allowed. It is nighttime. Team Tickles, they see everything. They have these eyes of the Slark in the dark. They are the ones that see better. Vacuum, Yuma has been caught. He's gonna have to BKB. Blast will not connect. He should be able to get himself away.
Bob's courier went all the way to the other secret shop in order to get the Ags for it's now online.
Okay, that That can change the game, really, because what they were lacking was the damage. Now with the Fatal Bonds and those screams just flying out over and over again, is this something that can give you the comeback?
It is, I think, the only potential that you had here. Normally, you'd also point at something like, for example, the Satanic over on the Gyrocopter, but with the AA in the game, that one is not nearly as reliable. This one, though, sure, Slarkin perched off, but Team Tickles has had this advantage where after Stoikov drops his entire load, he is no longer relevant for the rest of the fight, and he just simply had to stay out of it, no longer contributing. And that is now no longer the case. And he has been skirting the edges of this fight, so staying alive a lot. They're on the Gyro again.
There's no BKB on him. The A blast will connect, but he's already out. Clockwork did his best to save his buddy and escape as well. He won't be able to do the second thing, but at least he will save Yuma for the time being. Slark has been silenced. He removes it immediately. Dark Pact, quite nicely used. He will be fine. That Golem was used, so I'd say this is a victory for Team Tickles either way. Jumping into the enemy base, Shad will just go out, heal himself back up to full, and the siege will continue.
Ads will continue.
Oh, ads will continue. They will get the silence in. Now Yuma turning around. He needs a force stab. The Slark is doing way too much. Shad, he still has his ulti. Goes for the Shadow and standing right. Actually, he doesn't have it any longer. He'll be taken down. They're destroying them. The Squid of Pain with the damage. And Yuma with the Executioner's kills. It is going to be 4 people dead just like that. How does this happen, Kips? They just died.
It wasn't even the co-op. It wasn't. Most of the damage in that fight got dealt by the Firestorm.
The hell?
I know. Percentage-based damage scaling.
No, it was. Wait. I opened the fight recap. The second one, it was.
Okay.
It was.
Thanks. That was because I was looking at that. I'm like, no way, that's right. There we go. There's the co-op.
Yeah.
God forbid I'd be wrong about prioritizing the ags on the co-op. Jesus.
Rapier is bought. This
Rapira?
this gyro, Rapira.
Yeah.
It's being delivered.
Hey,
They
he
smell
only has
victory.
one round.
No,
He only
no
has one round.
buybacks.
Oh, I mean, surely they cannot finish. There is not enough time.
Middle tower has fallen.
Maybe they can get a lane now. You have 14 seconds of glyph only.
And the AA is getting chased down by the other car.
Collis is dead, I think.
Radiant structures.
Right? Cold feet,
4
though.
seconds, 4 staff. Oh, well. They're
Did-
actually bringing the co-op to top to deal with him. I think the other core might have
Has fallen.
bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. What
Running
is this?
away. Hopefully the shatter doesn't kill him. He will be shattering though in the end. You know what this reminds me of? Iron Man going up into the sky and then his controls freezing. Iron Man 1.
Radiant are scared.
One of the
I mean,
most hype
this
movies.
Very dangerous though, because you're showing 2 heroes top. While they hadn't exactly evacuated from the bottom side of the map yet, losing Yuma right now is just the end of your game.
I never really paid attention to it, but the pass... Gyro? What the hell are you doing, Yuma? You don't want to lose the Rapier. Believe me, that's not a smart choice. The passive of the Rapier is called Everlasting.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I did notice that before, but it is nice that it's got a name, right? And it's not just left off the off the tooltip like things sometimes are.
So powerful, it cannot have a single owner. Imagine that. So that item is in play. It will be a shard for Yuma as well, so his net worth has increased, his strength has increased tenfold from the last fight. Now both him and the co-op are gonna be doing that AoE damage. The Slark has to hide everyone in the depth shroud. If he doesn't, they're just getting destroyed.
Depth Shroud is now a game-making or a game-breaking ability. It's all down to him. He is very close to his level 25 now as well. I don't even know what you take in this situation.
There's the Lama also hit level 20, so now the Firestorm does even more percentage-based damage, 3.8%. That is a lot, Kips.
That is huge. And we're really just looking at if Yuma is going to live through the next fight.
True.
Do they deal enough damage to kill everybody before Yuma goes down, because he has barely any defenses, right? He has a BKB, he still hasn't finished off the Satanic. The Satanic might not even matter if the AA lands his blast.
But if they catch him, doesn't it still mean that the Quap can kill everybody even without him?
It's possible. Also, it's just that the Rapier needs to not change hands.
From the side there, the Warlock didn't go for the refresher. He got the Lincoln Slark coming in first. It's not nighttime any longer, it's only daytime. I think he have spotted them though. And here comes the Primal Beast. Satanic has found the perfect target. The Golem, if it doesn't drop, it's gonna be a problem. He goes to the side, he has been silenced up, dead. He won't be able to do anything. Yuma standing his ground and fighting, destroying his enemies with the Rapier. Who can fight this guy from the sky? He's raining in with the damage while the stream of pains are just coming through, but they're coming through from Team Tickles as they are dying from the overwhelming damage of Luna Galaxy. Have they really done it? Have they won this tournament with the way that they're playing? They definitely deserve it, and they'll be finding Narman as well. 3 heroes dead, the push is coming your way, and no glyph available.
There is the damage, there is the missing puzzle piece, there is what they have been struggling their way towards this entire game, and they have gone all in for it. Daedalus before the BKB, the Rapier before the Satanic, Yuma finally reigning supreme.
It did 12,500 damage in that fight. The Radiant side did 8,000 and the Dire side did 18,000. So he basically did as much damage as all of the other 9 heroes combined. A classic 9 versus 1, and that 1 is winning.
Yes, Satanic now online. And what's next now? What's next? Is there a hex over on anybody? No, the Darkseer is not even close and was in fact going for an Aghanim Scepter for himself. We don't have the gold over on ads. We have Disperser queued up for the Slark, who is nearing the top of his item slots as well. But right now his team dies.
Yeah, this is the thing. Oh, the entirety of this game was Team Tickle surviving for a long time and Slark getting those stacks up, winning the fight in the end. Now, everybody just dies in a second. What do you do if you're Team Tickles? I think you just all hug each other. You jump on heroes together, you get protected by the depth shot. I don't know. If you isolate yourselves, the flak cannon kills anybody in mere seconds.
Needs to be the depth shot, but at the same time, the amount of AoE counters that Luna Galaxy have is still not to be underestimated.
Slark has been found, hexed up immediately. Then
He's just
the
dying.
Dark back off. They're trying to save him, they will be able to do so. And the Golem has been dropped, Sonic Wave sending him away. Double Mystic Flare there with the Aghanim Scepter, and Divine Llama will be losing his life. 110 seconds on the sidelines. Yuma trying to fight. He has to get himself away for the time being. The Queen of Pain has died as well, and Yuma with the A blast on him. He's waiting for it to end. Now he's gonna turn around with a Satanic. Destroy Atlantic, get a double kill. The Black Cannon is just spraying around. He got a triple. The buybacks are being used. Slark surviving is a big deal. Buyback from the Queen of Pain. He needs to rejoin the fight. His team needs him here around the Roche.
Absolutely. That BKB is on cooldown. That Satanic is on cooldown for 10 more seconds. I don't think Slark's going to run into pit exactly that fast. They have a creep wave to deal with, but now they will be storming in, and a lot of this is now on Stoikov.
Yeah, no AA though. Without the AA blast, how do you kill him? Yuma now, he will have the Aegis. Is going to be able to kill this one. They can't see inside of the pit, and there it is, the Aegis on the gyro, if he wasn't already that big of a problem. 18,000 damage in a fight. So, sorry, 17 and a half. Oh my god.
What a beast. He's just buying a second one.
Yeah.
No, oh, as soon as I said it.
Yeah, he's not gonna be giving us the satisfaction of seeing a Theolic Core. Very slowed down. They're going for Yuma. Doesn't have that much mana. He has to deal with the illusions first. Those illusions of his, they also do hurt.
CD. Waiting. The Vilama has buyback now. He didn't before. They might think that he can't.
They protected him with the Lincoln Sphere for a second. They're gonna try to kill him once the A-Blast was used now. This is not good. It's not good. He's coming back with his static. He's coming back with the BKB. The Llama will be coming back as well. Shad pushed out of his death shot. He wanted to hide and will be able to do so with the TP. He gets himself away. But at least they got rid of the Aegis. That is a big deal.
That's a huge deal. And they forced the Llama buyback 10 seconds before he would have respawned naturally.
So how are we looking at the buyback? Slark has one, the Skywrath Mage has one, and the Warlock has one as well. That is it, Kips. There are a couple of heroes that are very close to them. That's the AA and the Clockwork. The cores, however, they don't really care much, especially the Gyro. Yuma is thinking, if I die, we lose the game. But I won't. I'm gonna do my best to stay alive. And for now, his best has been good enough.
His best certainly has been good enough. But what a play from Boom there, actually getting the exact connection needed for them to not have to over-engage, forcing out that buyback. That is a big deal for Team Tickles to be getting out alive with everybody there.
Yep, Shad surviving was a huge deal. If the Slark had died, he does have a buyback now, but I think at that point he didn't. That could have been a huge problem. Okay, the Gyro has found the shield rune, so now he is 50% tankier.
No, just a casual 5,000 HP, no biggie. With evasion on top. Of course, nobody goes through that evasion currently.
Yeah, 750 damage per hit. Boy, does that hurt. That really does hurt. He will be having a buyback on the Gyro, though. I guess now you can save it. You don't really have anything else to buy. Do you want to swap out your boots for something? Maybe a
You have a
pike?
bunch of 4-stops on your team. Yeah, pike could be really good. That's
going
in.
The Link is here protecting him. They're going, trying to finish off Yuma. They didn't do any damage to him. That shield rune really did come in handy, and that's the wall being used. That's your big team fight spell.
It is, but it also was Human's BKB.
It doesn't seem too scared of it, though. A Blast was used as well, of course. A very low cooldown spell will be back up in 20 seconds. They're looking towards the Tormentor. Is there anybody else who doesn't have the shard? No, it doesn't seem so. It will be some gold into their pockets. Actually, Stoikov, he was the one that was missing it. And, well, Sonic Boom, that is a huge spell to have.
It is actually quite remarkable that they didn't have it yet, but I can see why, because the Quap just had item after item that needed buying first. First that BKB, then that Ags, now this Hex. The Hex is the way through the Slark.
Hex is the way through the Slark, but it could also be the way through the Gyrocopter, because this guy has been a problem for Team Tickles. In this entire game, he is the one that needs to die, and they just cannot do it. This Lincoln Sphere from the Warlock, he was thinking about a refresher first, and then he went for the Lincolns. And this Lincolns has been saving the Gyro over and over again. He always uses it at the right time.
It's been phenomenal. And yeah, I said before, Hex wasn't quite in the work on Tickles before. There is ambitions towards it on the Skywrath Mage. That's going to take so very long for an army to get there.
There's a 17k gold lead. At this point, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is, can you kill the Gyro or no? The Slark has the refresher, so he's gonna have 4 ultis that you're gonna have to go through. And if he uses the Shadow Dance first, and then later on the refresher, and again Depth Shroud, he could be using like 5 of his Shadow Dances in a fight. No, and this is the thing though. Can his teammates survive all that time while he's jumping around, being unkillable? I just don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, their best shot might be to split and hope that the targets they get picked out by Luna Galaxy aren't that important. That feels really rough to say.
The Primal Beast is level 25 though, 100% pulverized duration. If by any chance you grab this Gyro, you will never let him go. 2 wisdom runes on the top lane there, Theolic Core. Who is he saving those for? Does the Queen of Pain have 25? Yes.
Yeah. So, Divide?
Probably, yeah. The Queen went for the Sonic Wave damage. I can't help but think, but the 2-second blink seems better, right? Especially with the shard.
Exactly, safer and more DPS it seems, but clearly he thinks that it's better to hopefully be able to kill somebody outright no matter what.
Maybe with the fatal bonds, we are underestimating how much that changes
That's very
things.
possible. Good calculus as well there with the 2 wisdom runes, by the way, because that is extra bit of malice duration for the Vailama online now.
That is a problem for their enemies. Team Tickles, they're not gonna be able to do
Back
it
off.
so well. There's the Hex going on to Boom. Not really gonna be doing that much, and the hook shot doesn't connect. He tried to guess where the Force F will go, and didn't guess right. And look at Narman, has that Aghanim Scepter, and the the Arcane Bolts are just flying out.
Huge damage. If he lives. Big if. Not even a Ghost Scepter on him. There is somebody else who's just gone for raw damage.
Yep, you want to be killing people, and he has a ninja gear, so he will be out of
Smart,
the
front
range
flank.
of the flat cannon. Now let's see, nice pull there to the low ground. The Vailama though, standing his ground. Pit of Malice being used, and he's just destroyed. Way too much damage from Yuma. The Slark is trying to get those stacks up, but Yuma is standing his ground. He doesn't care. You are just a little fish to me, a little bug, ready to be squashed. Yuma, way too strong at the moment. Standing his ground. The Slark already did use that one. They're trying to go for it, but the golem will get dropped to stop it immediately. Yuma wants to get out. He doesn't want to die to being shattered as the Stark is dropping low. He does get caught by the stun. Shad is dead, has the buyback, has to go for it immediately. Boom, not part of this fight, and now the AA won't be part of it any longer. Does have a buyback, will have his ulti in 20 seconds, but the Raxes have been taken. That is going to be mega creeps that you have to deal with, and when you look at the Team Tickles lineup, without their Darkseer, they don't deal with the creeps all that well.
No, they don't. And there's still a hookshot here for the pick-off potential. There is still even a Fiend's Gate if they want to refresh, go back to base. But the mana pools are looking healthy. Yuma's looking good. 10 more seconds for another Satanic, and they don't even have to eat up.
They're going for him. The A-Blast will connect, but it seems like Luna Galaxy, they can smell the sandy beaches, but it is going to be Yuma going down. His rapier is on the ground. Shand has been able to take it. He has the big sword currently, but will you be the king? No, he's going to be taking out Stoikov. He screams at him, that is our weapon. And we are going to be going to Malta, the victors of the Pinnacle Cup. Malta vibes in a very cool way. You saw the Vailama there with his arm on the chair, showing that he is the boss here. But of course, if it wasn't for Yuma, if it wasn't for his gyrocopter, they wouldn't have been able to make this happen.
If it wasn't for literally everybody on the team, it feels like you run out of ways to describe how well they all have been working together for being together for such a short amount of time. I mean, Yuma's kind of cheating, right? Because he was on there before Enigma, the other galaxy, actually got their hands on him. But you know what I saw in the Vailama there? I swear, I think I saw him being a little disappointed with the fact that the last game was so hard. Because there was no pop-off, right? There was no like, yes, we did it. I think it's true. I really do.
Okay, okay, Kips. Yeah, he was definitely very content with what happened, and they're gonna be enjoying their $22,000 and their trip to Malta. That, with the help of our production, I'm gonna try to help our viewers envision it. So if we can show the beaches of Malta right now, look at what they're gonna be experiencing. Welcome to Malta. Who took them there? The gyrocopter, of course, but who helped them get there? Who made this all possible? Pinnacle, Gaming Malta, and 10GG. Their invaluable support. They are the reason that we are where we are at the moment. They made sure that we are going to be taking these players to Malta to enjoy a 5-star hotel, exclusive boot camp, all of their money. And you know what, Kips? Another tournament. We're going to have another Malta vibes in a very short time, so they should be following the Pinnacle Esports social media. Follow your social media, my social media, because we are going to be announcing it there as well, so that you know when the next tournament will start. Kips, though, before we close this one out, let's talk about the winners a little bit longer. A grudge match, losing first game, and then completely obliterating their opponents in next 3. Were they better at Dota today? Did they have better mental fortitude? Did they want it more? Why were they this good?
they certainly wanted it more. I mean, we saw glimpses of this Luna Galaxy in the way too here, right? When they got rolling, they really did get rolling. Very few individual mistakes, apart from like a couple of map slip-ups, but that speed at which they keep on making actions was already there. They just really took it to the next level today. And I am honestly very impressed with how Team Tickles held the line, especially in this last game. They had me convinced that maybe they got Luna Galaxy on the rope, maybe they managed to turn the tide to break that wave, and they were just not ready for the tenacity with which Luna Galaxy held on there, bought their damage, said screw everything else, we're just going to hit you back. And that conviction, that willingness to take a risk is what got Luna Galaxy here in such a dominant fashion, I think.
I hope that our viewers enjoyed them getting in this position with such a dominant fashion as well, because I know that I did. I know that you did as well, Kips. Let's look the bracket through which they got through here. They were directly invited through the decider bracket. Of course, as we thanked our sponsors, we also would want to thank our colleagues. It was Bowie, it was Automo and Blue Scale that also made this tournament possible with their amazing commentary through the group stages and through the playoffs as well. So definitely thank you for them as well. Once again, Kips, thank you for keeping me company, for bringing your amazing Dota knowledge and helping us understand what these teams are thinking. I know we can never know exactly what Llama is thinking, but we do our best. Once again, thanks to the production, to all of the sponsors. Guys, follow the social media. You will be finding out about another Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4, where we will get another team their exclusive 5-star hotel boot camp, because we want everybody to have fun, to make money, and in the end, to relax and enjoy. And that's what we tell to you. Relax and enjoy. Take it easy, and see you next time.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
That was last summer. That was last summer. I miss the salt in my hair. And I miss your emerald stare. And I wish you were still here. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the beach. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the beach. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. That was last summer. That was last summer when you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man?